Hi guys, this is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, and subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, a connect down epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please consider supporting my work. All the links are at the bottom under the description of the video. It will be a video eventually. During the live, there's nothing there. So go check out my other stuff if you're interested in seeing any of it. But later on, after this is ended, it will be there. AllyKatCreations211.com is my website. It's a portfolio. It's where you can see all the work that I do. Paintings and paintings. I make candles, pyramids, all kinds of pyramids, paintings, craft and sips, paint and sips. All that work is up there. Go check it out. There, it is recently updated. It is. It's recently updated. But go check that out, and it's a really great way to support me and email me. Now, if you guys are interested in anything commission wise that takes time, like drawings, get them in now because I can't promise you it's going to get done before Xmas, the holiday season. But if you're looking for something unique, come talk to me, email me. 3D memberships, 4D memberships. It's a membership. It's a great way to support this channel, support me, keep it going, and you guys get access to channel member only content. I pull a lot more than these cards for my channel members. And you guys get special emojis, Freya, Little Thor, and Chicken. And I'm working on some others. It's just a pain in the tushy to get that up. But you also get raffle entries. 3D gets one, 4D gets two. And that's when I'm ever going to draw one again. Unfortunately, the next few months is going to be very financially tight until I get a consistent paycheck. Yay! We gotta love that. Because shipping's expensive right now. I needed that. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Friday Night Live. Hi, Charlene. Hi, Ashmaya. Hi, Scott. How is all my lovelies doing today? Hi, everybody else that's out there watching. Coffee, it's not the creamer I want. It will suffice for now. Broke girl on a broke budget. No, but like I went to the store where so Northwest Indiana might get a lake effect snowstorm. I don't really think it's going to equate. They make it seem so much worse than it actually is when it drops, but sometimes it can be bad. I don't know. I'm one of those prep, better be prepared than sorry. And I can't find my creamer anywhere. So I'm a little upset. I had to suffice with something else. It's okay. I will live. I just like enjoying and savoring moments, if that makes sense. Yay. Hi, everybody. There's been a lot going on energetically. It's chaotic out there. Anybody else? Um, I'm still dealing with the little buggies on Freya. It's not bad. It's like one or two here or there. It's not like an infestation. I am ozoning every room when I can. I can't really do much with the living room only because Freya and I myself use it a lot. So I've been doing different modalities. I'm using borax. Someone gave me the idea of borax with water diluted a bit and spraying that on everything and letting it dry. I've been doing laundry and lots of cleaning. So it's been a crazy week energetically. I'm still coming off the high that I had with the presentation. Still coming off of that. It was a crazy week. I'm gonna tell you though, the children are heavily affected right now. heavily affected. I'm noticing this not just with my kiddos, but a lot of the other kiddos that inhabit my purview. The energy going to work. I'm so happy I got to go ground in the grass in the middle of our school today because boy, a lot of these kids needed it. Um, I was gonna go on a little bit later because I'm exhausted. I had a kid literally scream all day, all day, screaming. I had a kid screaming, and lots of kids were screaming today. Some of them are normal screamers. We got to get our anger out, and we got kids that were running away and eloping. A lot of things going on today. So my Schumann residence, I have to update. We've been calm today. It's been calm. So what's going on? We do have solar flares. We do have the magnetic storms hitting the Earth. Right now it's 8.919, 8.19 frequencies. That's very high. Not the highest it's been. Today it was a lot higher. I don't recall what it was, but it was high. And I felt it. Yeah, Charlene. I'm gonna tell you what though, I've been on task with her, and I'm not noticing like the big ones. I'm seeing the little guys. I am like blasting the house with borax now. It seems to be doing a big trick. The ozone in the room I'm doing it every 2 days. Uh, it helps to kill the big ones and anything else that's going on. I've been saging as well. I'm under the weather. The kids, I don't see now. This is my problem. I don't know if I have a cold or this is allergies. Once again, it's leaf season here. The leaves are falling. I literally, for 2 hours yesterday, took my blower and then raked my property, like my front part of my property. And as soon as I got home today, it did rain here. It's like I never did a damn thing. It's that insane. I got a lot of trees around here. So I could equate this to the mold in the air. I don't know, but I am stuffy. But I'm doing my best to mitigate my own health, drinking tons of water at work, lemon water. I have that's another thing I need from the store. The store lemons are like a dime a dozen around here to get good lemons, organic ones, because a lot of them when they come in look like they're on their way out already. And with me, I only put like a little slice, and Maureen has something to save lemons in. I need to, ask him maybe for Christmas to get me one. But this is what the Schumann looks like right now. There is activity, it's just not high. This is not terrible. But during the week, I've been feeling it. Um, I had a conversation with Arnie the other day about like the shifting and the rifting, personal attacks and things of that nature. Because he's really he did something with I think with Janine talking about unity. And I postulated a conundrum to him because I'm not seeing the shift as Dolores Cannon is proposing that she did put out there. I'm not seeing the split that Bashar is proposing either. I'm seeing it differently, and it's not to say anyone or right is wrong, and I'm not saying I'm right, but what I'm seeing in this now moment, we are going to shift polarity. We already have technically. We're already living that life, but we're not consciously in it yet. What I feel is happening is the major shifts are occurring in change. That's people, places, jobs. And it doesn't need to be in all those orders. It doesn't need to be even like monumentous. Like for some of us it is, and some of us it's not. But what I'm noticing in the changes is authenticity. Is that wavelength of what pops up when I'm thinking about the change. And in my purview, in my perspective, in what I'm experiencing, it's more authenticity showing itself in truth. Yeah, I usually do that, Charlene, as well. It's just it's hard to find actual good lemons around here. I don't know why. Like it's, Indiana has good farm stuff. Like a lot of the produce here is super fresh because it's coming right off the farm. Um, the organic stuff for at least. A lot of the stuff is state made, so it doesn't have to be like sent anywhere. I mean, unless it's within the state with a day or two. But when it comes to lemons and certain other produce, it is a little bit like, mm. But I do freeze my lemons. Um, I don't necessarily zest. I like to squeeze that little bit. I do. But I was explaining this to Arnie a little bit about the unity, like he's all about the unity. And I'm like, well, what happens if it's the unity that needs to take place? Hear me out within the tribe. They are. I mean, I can make a lemon tree in my house. I failed at it, but I tried. The unity within the tribe. So now I guess, you know, conversing upstairs, asking, okay, so what's this authenticity I'm feeling from the collective consciousness? Why am I feeling this way? And then how is it being affected in my life? Well, it's, getting rid of the things that no longer serve you. And right now it's showing up as people. Are they really authentic to how they feel about you? Are they being authentic in the way they're showing up for you? And are they just listening to you because they're being nice, or are they really authentically like you? So these are the things that are popping up within the spectrum of my experience that I'm investigating a little bit more. And who is the tribe? I think that's still yet to be determined. I mean, obviously you guys are here. You are definitely a part of my tribe, whether it be catalyst, whether it be friendship, whether it be more than that. We're here for a reason. We are in like-mindedness. We're on wavelengths that are pretty much the same. So we're about in that collective. But in unity sense, what does that unity look like? And that's hard to define right now because everybody around us is going through a different type of change. For me, it's the people around in my life. It's my career. And not to say I'm leaving my job. I love what I do. It obviously I'm going to be hurting for the next 2, 3 months because of the holidays. And unfortunately, I'm off another 2 days. I got my paycheck, it's already gone. So I have to be really, really, really careful how the next 2 to 3 months go, unless, I have a vending event on the 15th. Next Saturday, I am going to be selling my wares, my pyramids and some of my stuff at the Trinity Healing Center of Northwest Indiana. I'll be there all day. Hopefully, Milreen will join me. We'll see. But when it comes to, right now I am legitimately researching facets of shadow work that I'm just making sure when I'm doing the next set of presentations and like work that I am striving to do, that I am very on it with what really needs to be there and what I can scrap or what can be drawn out. So I'm looking into that. But right now, I think the authenticity, getting back on subject, I think the authenticity of people is really starting to grow and be seen. And that's not to say that no one's authentic. It's just how are you showing up for the world at large? People that kiss your ass but side with other people, eh, are they really being genuine or are they looking out for, looking for something? Where I don't like to go negative with this because not everybody's out there to take advantage of you, and not everybody is out there trying to get in on it and in on you and trying to get in. I think the sense of belonging that people need to have or want to have in a community, in a tribe, everybody wants a sense of purpose. And sometimes, like, we shift in and out of that purpose. And sometimes it's masked. There's a lot of inauthenticity that I noticed where people will agree with me and yet they side with and watch and continue to belittle and judge the program and the narratives. So you're not there yet. And it's okay that you're not. There's no right or wrong. But stop showing up falsely. Express it. Say it how it is for you. There's no wrong in that. Just say it in a respectable manner. I mean, and that I think, Charlene, that's one of the problems, during the course that I presented, well, the presentation of just the art therapeutic side, a lot of people had a hard time with the logo exercise I asked them to do because they didn't know what facet represents them the best. I'm like, are you really your job? I mean, yeah, sure, it could be your passion, it could be your 24/7. Does that really represent you? What are you at totality? And when you ask people to think about it, they get so like deer in headlights lost, where most of us can say, I am a part of Source. I am a part of the one that is all that is, and I am an infinite being. Start there. It's really an interesting dynamic when I presented that, and a lot of the adults in the room were like, I never thought of it that way. I always equated like doing work like this to my profession. I said, well, ask a kid. They can't use any symbols that they are already exposed to. If you ask a student, a child, to make a logo, what represents them, the only things you can use is sports because kids only equate themselves to the activities that they do. For me, when I presented the logo, I did three different designs within one. I did the palette with the paintbrush. I did myself as a divine being, and then I did the cat. All of them express me, but some people chose like the one and only logo, the one and only symbol. And yesterday or the day before, I did the symbolism of the Curtises, that white lodge that they talk about in their book. They went over the symbol and every intricacy. And the one thing that Spirit asked me in the middle, if you watched it, was how many people out there that like listened to me automatically heard the words, but they weren't necessarily, they didn't see the logo just yet. I showed it at the end. Did they automatically go to negativity? Oh, that's the Illuminati symbol. That's the all seeing eye. That's Illuminati. That's evil. Like, did you equate anything that I said to any of that? And if you did, it's okay. Hi, Maureen. How are you? How about I'm your queen? I mean, I gave my initials because I was challenged this in college. My freshman year, when Adobe Photoshop was in its first ever infancy, the graphic design teacher was interested in asking us, what would you use as your logo if you had to, um, besides signing your work, because everybody has a unique signature in using their artwork. I choose to sign on the back of my work. I don't like to take away things or hide my signature in my work. But because my last name literally means cat, I like to do my initials. My actual AllyKat AllyK creations is an offspring of that. Is that really my logo? It's just a here and now, and that's what I've been using forever. So maybe. But it was just me thinking, what represents me? What am I trying to do? How am I selling myself? But that's for a business. But if you asked yourself, what would you make in a symbol that represents you, not your business, not your profession, you, what would you choose? And a lot of people in my course were like, and I said, it's okay to be upset, frustrated, or just confused. That's just showing you how much more work you have to do on yourself to discover self. What is it that you truly want? What is it that you're striving for within self? I think that's very important. What are you striving for? And it doesn't matter what age you are, it doesn't matter how elevated you are in status, because status is just perception. What do you see about yourself that you love that you would make a logo? You know, we if you had to do a logo, upstairs is now talking, but you're not selling anything. You're not selling yourself. You don't, at this point in the stage of the game, when it came to the authenticity conversation I had with Arnie, do you need to prove to anybody your sense of self? Do you need to project or just show up in the world? Do you need to prove? Do you have a worth? Do you need to prove it? It should already in a higher density form of knowing, of obtainment. You should not have to put the will of intention into even needing that as a dichotomy for yourself. You just being and showing up in the world and doing you should be as authentic as anything else. If you're putting masks on, sure, you go to work and you're having a crappy day. Are you going to take it out on others? Probably not. You're going to mask that I'm not having a good day today, but you know what? I gotta hide that because it's not professional. That's a normal mask most of us put on. You're We see it in the road when people are, you know, attracting the negative by I'm late and I'm rushing and I'm not thinking. Accidents tend to happen. Just show up for self. And if you don't know what is authentic you, there's more to discover about yourself, and that's a lot more work that you need to do. That doesn't necessarily mean you're not showing up for yourself. That just means you got more healing to do and more work to self-discovery. Introspection is one of the best things you could do for yourself. I introspect all the time. How can have I said this better? How can I have done this better? How can I have showed up differently? How can have I reacted differently? And it's not a regretful thing, but it's okay, so why did I react that way in that moment? And then analyzing it, but not like judging myself, but just saying, oh, okay, maybe next time I can come off this way. Or I could maybe not go off the deep end and just take that breath and feel it out a little bit more. Happy Friday, Arnie. I was just talking about the unity conversation lightly, not in depth. But the Schumann's been kind of calm, but I'm seeing the kids go bananas. I had a kid scream their faces off all day long. All day. I had kids this week, all week, besides Tuesday, go off the chain. Um, a lot is going on in the paradigm. I'm choosing not to feed into it. I'm choosing not to look into it because it's not a waste of my time necessarily, as it's not feeding my stomach, it's not putting money in my pocket, it's not doing anything for me. And for the most part, I'm noticing Arnie's in New York. He could tell you the hate going on in New York is beyond phenomenal. It's beyond any scale of hate. Hi, Kathy. The hate going on in New York on my Facebook feed is bonkers. Oh my God, he made it in. Oh my God, why would you want the guy who put your grandma in the basement as what? Okay, central casting. So if we look at central casting and we're looking at the players on the board, um, New York is like I said a few shows ago. I said New York is always the experiment. That's usually California and New York is usually where the social experiment happens. Chicago gets it in a different facet, but New York really gets the political stuff, and so does California. It's polar, it's crazy, it's so negative, it's so divisive. If people don't understand it's what you need to see at the root of get your bias out of the damn way, get your political affiliations out of the way, and actually see what that person is doing. And I don't agree with, I would not want the same guy that put grandma in the fucking basement that I want somebody who's an actual outright communist. Is there a good candidate? I don't know. Tina Forty, who's in AOC's district. Obviously, we all know that AOC is an actress. Most of us know this. If you don't know, like, there's a script out there. She's showing up as an actress. Tina Forte, however you want to say her last name. She's vicious. She's amazing. She would be amazing in Congress. She has a voice and she knows how to use it. You can't cut the shit with her. She'll lay you down. Why isn't she in Congress? I I mean, I lived there for 39 years of my life. And when you're in it, when you're living there, you see things, but you don't see it until like you see the bigger picture when you get out of the mind fog on there. And for me, I was in a fog when I was there. And not to say a bad fog, it's just too much in my brain because of the interference waves and um I'll enjoy dinner, Kathy. I haven't really anybody else. I haven't really been hungry this week. Besides the fact that this is just about gone. I had an infection in my tooth. Thanks to Marine, I'm almost back to best. Allergies are still plaguing me, the living daylights out of me, but I haven't really been hungry. I forced myself to eat today. Yesterday I ate at work. Today, they, because of the SNAP benefits, a lot of my families in my school, those kiddos are on SNAP. And they were encouraged to, the adults were encouraged to go to the lounge because there was extra food for the staff or anybody that needed it. Nothing but MSG, pure salt. And I'm not talking about the good salt. I'm talking about the preservatives. There was nothing there. I took some applesauce. I like applesauce. But otherwise, and it's an Indiana company, not out in the middle of wherever. Um, I took 3 little containers of applesauce. Otherwise, everything else was pure shit. Crap. And I'm trying to eat healthier. I'm trying to get my cholesterol in control, and that is like obviously eating better, and the stuff that they gave, not good. Oh, that's awesome. I don't like it's not that I don't like sushi. It's just I get allergic to a lot of things in the sushi. But enjoy it. That's exciting. I've been following your banana baseball. I've been following your Caleb, however you say his name. That's really exciting. But I can't tell you the divisiveness going on in New York. I can't. The things that people have been like proposing is just showing your lack of looking at it from the 360 view model. It's so limiting and separate. It's okay to have your political biases, your agendas. You can have them. It's just why can't, and it's okay to be opposed to somebody. There's nothing wrong with that. We all view and experience the world differently. I don't know anybody that feels the same way that I love, that only I can understand and comprehend. We have similarities in that understanding because we have words to it. But a lot of things in ourselves that go on in our hearts don't have words to describe them. It's a feeling, and sometimes feelings don't have words. And the way I feel and the depth that I feel it in, whatever I'm experiencing, will be different for each and every one of you. If people were to take that step back and understand, okay, like you can have your opinion, but why do you have to be so divisive? Why do you have to be so negative and hateful and disrespectful? It's really beyond me at this point. And I could say this, I was one of those people. It didn't need to be my way, but I saw the world in one facet of with the horse blinders on, and I wasn't expanding my thinking. What about the person that's to your left or to your right that thinks completely opposite from you? Is it that's how they perceive reality? Does it make them wrong or right? Why does it matter? Why can't we find the things that bring us together? I do it every day, Charlene. When I'm at work, I don't do it out loud. I just think it into the water, but I put my intentions into the water all the time. I am abundant. I am prosperous. I am a quantum being. I am wanting to leap into a better life. I want things to flow freer and easier in my paradigm. I want to magnetize the good things that I think I have put out into the world. I want that to come back to me. Um, Caden, sorry. Oh, that's awesome. I knew it was a C. I don't know why I thought Caleb. I have a few of them at my school. That's probably why that was on my mind. So I do apologize. Caden, number 10, that I do remember. Oh, that's great. I know Marine is really big into baseball. He loves baseball. And if they ever come up this way, I would love to see. I hope that there's a game that he plays up here in the Midwest. I'd love to see him play. Um, I'm not the biggest like baseball fan, but for that, I would definitely go. And then I'd make a sign and be cool about it. So we have space weather update, a G2 and a G3 solar storm, supercharged energy for the next 72 hours. Solar turbulence is shaking the atmosphere, stirring both Earth and everyone on it. Charged particles from recent strong flares are surging through space, colliding with the planet's magnetic field and amplifying emotion, fatigue, and intuition in powerful waves. Those who are hypersensitive to energy may feel irritable, restless, or unable to sleep. And this is a lot of us. As the current intensifies, the solar wind clears old layers of and accelerates everything ready to evolve. Expect sudden fatigue or feeling unusually tired, even after resting. Past memories or unresolved emotions resurfacing, and we're also, I think today is Mercury retrograde start. Heightened sensitivity to crowds, noise, or certain people, feeling spaced out, disconnected, or energetically off. Anxiety, restlessness, or nervous energy without clear cause. Vivid and realistic dreams. Waking up between 2 and 4 a.m. Um, oh, that's so cool, Kathy. I know for myself, I'm looking at I have the privilege of looking at the economy of the children that I work around, and my kiddos today in my class exhausted. Like they were grumpy little meanies. No, this Allison, no. And then I got the one screaming all day, like screaming, high pitch. My para broke her glass, which is a no-no in the school, but she didn't have a choice, and she brought her glass water bottle. It broke, scattered everywhere. Um, a lot of the administrative staff was on call today for lots of children, pitching heavy tantrums. So you can only equate what you see with the kids to yourself. I'm also very exhausted, but I slept. Freya hasn't been keeping me up itchy or scratchy. Whatever I'm doing in the house is like absolutely working. I'm not really seeing much on her. Uh, she had like 2 days I didn't see nothing on her. Absolutely, Kathy, you get big hearts. Oh, that's cool, Kathy. Enjoy your dinner. I know a few people have told me, and this is like people that are not in the awareness, that they're having intense, vivid dreams. Like they're weird or they seem very real, but then they can't remember them, but they know they have taken place. That's been going on big time for a lot of people just talking to me normal. I'm getting like a I don't even know what hertz that could equate to. Very high pitch in my ear. For me, the intuition, the abilities, has been amplifying. It depends on the day. Uh, so it's been really weird when I'm wearing, obviously, these are not real glasses, but they're for pretty, look pretty. But I've noticed I have a really weird feeling when someone's talking to me. I feel like I'm wearing sunglasses and I'm not really wearing glasses. Like, obviously, these are just acrylic and I could see everything clearly. But at the same time, when I'm looking at somebody and talking to them, I don't feel like I'm taught, like, it's a weird feeling and I can't really verbalize what that feeling is. The closest I could say is it feels like I'm wearing sunglasses, but I'm not, or that I'm seeing into something else that I it shouldn't be. You're very weird. I know I'm waking up between 2 and 4. Um, I don't know about you guys, and I'm not so irritated as much as the anxiety, the looping. I'm in the awareness that it is occurring and that changes a lot of changes are happening, but I'm not seeing the results of those changes. And it's like, okay, at what point? I'm putting in the work. I'm seeing little progress here and there for certain aspects, like this channel, for instance. I went up, I don't know the number right off the, like, the other day it was at 211. Today I'm at 212. Freya is hopefully gonna get a freaking, when I can afford it, a treat for being so damn cute. One of her videos, I was flabbergasted. It got 4.4K views. I never get to that status on shorts ever. And I'm not here to like boast because listen, there's people that get millions. But yesterday, she got 6.5K views. That's the highest of any one of my videos, even my regular videos. One of the highest view counts I've ever gotten in a day. And it was just me doing the same thing every day with the cat. And I didn't do anything differently. For my eyes, I tend to wear sunglasses. The whatever is reflecting, whatever that is in the sky, whether it be the simulator, holographic, it really hurts my eyes. Obviously, it's not the organic one. Yeah, I mean, if I'm honest with myself, the last 3 years of my life, I made leaps and bounds and strides that I never thought I could humanly do. Like, it takes a lot of audacity to like come to terms with yourself and say, all right, this is not going to be the place where you're going to be living forever. All your dreams and aspirations are at a standstill. The universe is asking you to make a big change, and now it's time to do it. And I did it all by myself. I mean, obviously, I had help from friends and family that were encouraging and not happy that I did move, but that move was huge for me. Hi, El Sunray. That move was huge for me. And then doing it all by myself and putting faith in the universe that things were going to work out. Although, did they really work out? Sure. There's a lot more lessons that had to happen, and I'm in those lessons now. And those catalysts are definitely continuing to happen. But I did this by myself. And I don't give myself sometimes enough credit for saying how hard I've worked in the last 10 years of my life. It's not easy to say you buried two parents by yourself. It's not easy to just go through life without the wisdom and the knowledge from others. I mean, thankfully I found you guys and I have people that have to be a good soundboard for me, but at a period of time in my life, I didn't have anybody to ask about things that I am not good at, like finances and loans and like how to sell a house. I had to rely on other people who had the expertise, but of course, who's being authentic with me and who isn't? Who's just trying to get the end dollar and fuck me over? And I have more of those instances than I would like to admit, you know. But who hasn't gotten, scammed or, one over on? And that's that, I don't know if it's an Aries trait or if it's just me. I'm always there to strive for better for myself. And sometimes I don't take the breath because I'm a go, go, go. Like that's a New York mentality. You're always moving and going. Like there's barely any stopping. Like it's go, 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 go. And here the atmosphere in the Midwest is slow and steady and patience. Um, I've noticed that a lot, even though traffic moves really quickly, but most people's lifestyles are very slow and steady and it's not the go, go, go that I'm used to. So this had this like where I moved and where I am all needed to happen to slow me down a bit. Yeah, I mean doing a lot by myself and just trying to survive alone is a feat. And most people go through that. I mean, it's nice to have a partner next to you to help with the burdens of things, but I've thus up until this point in my life have been just able to make it by month to month. Now I'm not in that capacity and it's a scary dichotomy for me because this is the first time in my life where I'm not in a stable financial circumstance. And not that I was rich or any of that at all, but I was making enough to put some away and to actually live. That all went away when COVID happened and I lost everything. And it took me to almost a year and a half to move. And I really went through everything I had. And I'm at that point now again, and I have to be honest with myself, how much longer do I want to live like that? And I don't. But I am trying to find different ways to earn an income and earn a lifestyle that I think at this point in my life I deserve. That I've worked really hard and sacrificed so much that I think it's time to find something that I can have more of a work-life balance, that I could just be happy. Like doing this makes me happy. So I don't find this working. I don't. I love this. And I hope it continues. And I hope I can thrive off of it eventually. But I will still do it regardless because this makes me happy. Trash panda. Oh, I gotta get trash pandas. But if you asked yourself in the last let's just take it, let's make it even. Let's say the last 4 years, how much have you expanded your thinking? Do you give yourself credit for that? I am not the biggest fan of Mayim Bialik. She's from the Big Bang Theory. I'm not a fan of her. She wasn't my favorite person on the show, Big Bang Theory, and the other work that she's done a lot of acting in her life. But she is a neuroscientist. She studies the brain and how it functions, and she's brilliant. And I saw Dr. David, no, Donald Hoffman. He's a physicist, I think. Yes. And he's doing math computations to prove a lot about consciousness, just like Federico Vigine. His stuff is a little bit more confined, whereas Vigine's is more like in a different separate realm of postulating. But then comes Bernardo Kastrup. I don't know what's going on in Europe, but there are I don't know, philosophy for me, like not just the birthplace in Greece, but like the Netherlands and Germany. I did the most brilliant minds. I don't know what goes on, what vortex is over there, that these people are in streaming like genius level stuff. The three podcasts of hers interviewing these men, and I'm not watching it for her. I'm watching it for the what she's asking them because it's from a religious lens, but also a neuroscientist lens. And I find that dichotomy really interesting. I like the play of that. I posted it on Facebook. Go check those out. My brains. My brains have been blown away a little bit by some of the I listened to Essentia. It's a YouTube channel. Dr. Roberto Castrop. He's a philosopher. Um, he's brilliant. I'm not so well read in his philosophy. I for me personally love existentialism. I like the metaphysics. And philosophy is a weird thing with me because some of it can get too materialistic, some of it can get very one-sided very quickly. And they're like the German philosophers like Schopenhauer and Nietzsche really make you question reality. Like really asks you to think about the will of itself, will in itself, postulating the priori, asking you to what is God? There is no God. That's not the full quote from Nietzsche. but that's what he's equated to. But like, no, you have to ask about the paradigm in which he is bringing that out in. Hi, Sparky. I mean, that's one like I said about the the personal logo exercise I did in the presentation. Like, what logo would you make to represent self, your authentic self? Um, are you showing up as your profession? Are you your symbolism showing up as your hobbies? If it's not for a business and it's just how you represent and bring yourself forth in the world, what would your logo look like? I don't think Maya Bialik would necessarily equate her and her knowledge to just acting, because I think that's just one component of her deep thinking. Um, she is I don't know if she's a Hasidic Jew. I think she's Orthodox, which is still very heavy into the religion, but she is opened enough to explore other potentialities, possibilities. She's not using her religious background or knowledge per se to influence her scientific discovery or knowledge. And the fact that she is brazen enough uh, in her community, in her religious community, I should say, to be bringing on these men and these women who are expanding conscious thinking and going into the physics and the mathematics, mind you, classical. This is the third dimensional realm is classical physics and classical mathematics. We are expanding. So, but from the viewpoint of where everybody at on the higher wavelength is now thinking quantumly, sky's the limit. We're in the infancy of all of these discoveries. The infancy is just the beginning of so much more to come. And one of the philosophers, Bernardo, was really saying, like, yeah, AI could be scary. The technology that could be coming out could be mind-boggling. And in the wrong hands, yes, it could be really detrimental to humanity. But on the other way, why do we always negate? We go to the negation first and not the, oh, well, let's be optimistic about this. Uh, we're already seeing in the common world, in the wavelength down here where everybody, most people are living, uh, yeah, Chat GPT isn't the end all be all of information, and it's just interesting how it's like, oh yeah, that's good speculation. We're not there yet to know it all. And it's the algorithms, it's linguistics that it's picking up on, not necessarily that. And Bernardo also agrees with Vijin that a human that codes AI, it can never be sentient. It doesn't have an understanding of how things feel. It has words and verbiage to how it feels, but is it actually experiencing the feeling? No, it isn't. It's computer products of metals and crystals in a box, and that does not have feelings, and it's not expressing feelings. It might express temperature and it might express sound and vibration by moving parts, but we got to look at the Charlene, that's great. We are electrical beings. And that's why Maya Bialik is great because she understands, like, at a biochemical level, Sodium and potassium are the electric help the body with the electrical sparks in the neurological system that we have in order for us to even be alive in a vehicle, having experience and feeling. But what she and her the other person that she has on, asks brilliant questions, and it's the way she asks them that I admire. And I just, for me, it's finally somebody who, like, Jesse, whose dad is very famous, and Maya Bialik is very famous. The Big Bang Theory is one of her biggest, shows that she was on, and her biggest role, one of her bigger roles. They have more sway with the normal populace than someone like myself, or someone with Bernardo, or the people in high fields of interest. They're only going to appeal to like minds. They're only going to appeal to the people that are interested in philosophy and conscious expansion. But when you have somebody that had a show and that everybody admires and looks up to, I don't like to idolize anybody, but she's helping the expansion of consciousness, whether you like her or not. I'm not the biggest fan of her. Um, her show, it depends who she has on, but what she's been doing recently is pretty awe-inspiring with the questioning. Yeah, she was talking about the brain with Bernardo, because he's insanely it's stupid smart. And philosophy doesn't necessarily only is about how human nature is, and the viewpoints of it, and you can go into sophicism, and you can go into so many different types of philosophy, but philosophy encompasses everything else. It's how one depicts the view of things, the philosophy of a television show. I've seen it. Maya Bialik, she's a doctor. She was, what was her name on The Big Bang Theory? She was Sheldon's, girlfriend. I think she played her doctorate role on the show. She was just a girlfriend. She wasn't like the main star, but she was Sheldon's, girlfriend. Um, she has her own podcast now, and I posted it on Facebook. Let's see if she comes up on my YouTube. I'll show you her channel. I'm going to mute just in case. I'm going to share my screen now that you can hear me. This was the show that everything you see is a lie. How Your Consciousness Creates Your Reality by Dr. Donald Hoffman. I had an extra gift card I was not aware of, and I bought one of his books. Um, wow. So she has like 2.1 million subscribers. She is very known. Um, this is what she looks like. I always knew she was a doctor. She's I've seen interviews with her before. Because this, Big Bang is what she's known for recently, but she's been in other stuff. But she's been doing a lot of reality stuff, um, quantum science, letting go and surrendering, and hearing your spirit guides, the secret to staying present. There is a lot of good people on here that she interviews, and wow, she's talking about life after death. And she's not for it or against it. She's just asking the deeper questions, and I just like how she formulates her questions. I like how she goes about asking, especially to the physicists and the philosophers that she has on her show. I've watched like a few episodes like a while back. I wasn't a fan, but then recently when she had Bernardo Kastrup and Donald Hoffman on, and I've been exposed to Hoffman here and there while looking into Federico Fagin. It's for me, I like seeing the different perspectives of a topic. I don't like just hearing one person like this is the end all be all. I'm not about the end all be all. I'm about, okay, what else does someone else have to say about this and what is their perspective? Because it gives you a bigger expansion of a topic. That's why working with the shadow work, I'm doing a lot of research right now on how I would like to present it with doing artwork and journaling. But the foundation, it's Carl Jung's work, but in the foundation of understanding spiritually, like how do I want to present this? So I'm doing a lot of research on that. Thank you, Ashmaya. Yeah, she's on a lot of different shows. Um, Supposedly she wrote some books. She's a neuroscientist, author, film director, voice actor. Oh, she's also on Jeopardy. Let's see what else. She was on Blossom. I knew it. She was on Blossom. That's I couldn't formulate that in my mind. She does have an understanding, and you know, again, being raised in a Jewish household, but not like to that. That's her culture, that is her religion, that is her life. um she's very modest. If you watch her as Amy on The Big Bang Theory, she's extremely modest. That's unorthodox. She's modernized, but it's nice to see somebody in that genre of thinking on a religious scale be open enough to accept and not shut out other potentialities and possibilities that do occur in this world. I think that's where a lot of people like, no, this is what I know. This is the learned language, and this is the learn this. This is the pattern of behavior. This is the algorithm that I run by. And she is at least open enough. It might not change her way of living or seeing the world, but she's open to expanding. And that's what I hope to be bringing to everybody. um, because what life would be boring without expansion and change. I mean, it's going to take us like a year or two to really grasp and understand the quantum concepts that the spiritual world is now introducing to people. But hearing it from a quantum physicist who kind of understands the nitty-gritties, the mathematical computations, the formulae, the reasoning behind the formula, like I don't know any of that. I can only conceptualize entanglement. I can only see spooky action at a distance. Something that my spiritual team has been bringing me is I've been seeing a lot of articles about how time is folding in on itself. The loop that I was talking about during the AI and quantum metaphysical ponderings video I did. Um, but is it really collapsing on itself? I beg to differ. So Einstein talks about the bending of time space. And there at some point time and space collapses. Now we could talk about the collapsing of the wave function, where you're here in 3D. Hi, here's Batty. Batty's in 3D. And in a higher timeline, a higher expression octave of this reality, where Batty is now 6 foot tall and he has more glitz and glamour on him. That time frame is over here. He's already living that experience over there. I'm talking in terms of the many worlds interpretation, because if we look at how Bashar frames his notion that we're all vibrating, that you can read that in the Kabbalion, we are all vibrating and moving. You just can't perceive it, but our atoms and molecules within our bodies are always moving and vibrating. And even the coffee cup that I have here, even though we see it as a solid, there are things in here in a dense form, but still moving. There's still subatomic particles that make this coffee cup up and everything that you see in front of you. If Batty is living up here and Batty wants to shift his vibration to get to this obtainment over here, when he vibes high, that timeline now merges with Batty, but it takes time here locally for the wave function to collapse to manifest Batty. Oh, so Batty has to put cause and effect into action. He has to have motion. So what does Batty do to get to this timeline? Batty's now eating. He's working out. He is going and figuring out how can Batty look fantastic, more fantastical, until he gets to that vibration of achievement. That wave function collapses. So is that really just time collapsing on itself, but us jumping to the other self and it merges deja vu. Deja vu is you experiencing another self in the same instance that other self already lived. And now you're merging with that other self that already lived that experience because you jumped and merged onto that timeline. And you're picking up where your other self already has been. And now you're merging with that self and you're seeing and feeling and experiencing something you already have done. It's because you did it already in another self. Now you're merging with that self. Is that time collapsing on itself to create the deja vu? We can only know by postulating it. But it makes sense to me how deja vu is starting to be explored a little bit more, that notion, that feeling. You can't, well, how can you prove that you were already there? But why do you feel that you were? Science, tangible evidence, it's really hard to show, or what experiment would you be able to do to say, well, I already had that feeling. I feel like I already did this already. How can you already determine that you did or not? But you have the feeling you did. So are you going to just negate your feelings every time you feel that way, or give it a terminology like deja vu, but not understand the deep concept of what actual deja vu is? And when we're getting there in terms of talking about it on a scientific scale. But Spirit wanted me to jump in with that time collapsing itself. So the ripple that you are creating right now is also creating it for the past and healing it. If you look at Suzanne Ly's work in reconstructing reality, you're looking at a story where the third dimensional self already transcended into fifth density. They're on Venus, they go in a bubble, and now they're living out through a bubble as a guide, as a spirit guide to their third dimensional other selves that are running around in the matrix. And they're going back to their own selves and saying, can you do this more out of love instead out of fear? And let's change and heal this aspect of me that's already high, but you got to come at it at love. And this is the lessons that we learn. That's why your dead loved ones love to come back to you, because they see a higher and different perspective. They see the decisions, the feelings, the emotions that they emitted out were from a limitation and a space of whatever they were doing that in. It was limited because we are limited beings. We're in separation and limitation. So they were only doing them at their best capacity, for they know not. Now that they have transcended and they know way more, they don't know everything, but they're on that level of expansion where they could see the bigger picture more than we can here on in a physical vehicle. They could come back and kind of make amends and say, well, I didn't see it that way when I was down there. I was limited. I was acting out of what I was feeling, which was wrong. And I do, and that's why going to mediums, I think for a lot of people could be very healing, because that horrible behavior they exhibited down here was for you to shift something inside yourself to do better, but also they're coming down to say, hey, sorry, I see a bigger picture and I'm sorry I was a jerk, or sorry that I did that, but we signed up for that contract to for me to be an asshole. Am I frozen? I am frozen. Sorry, guys. My chat froze, my stream froze. Now I see everybody. Hi. I'm sure I was live, but like my YouTube froze on my desktop, so I do apologize. I gotta love humidity. New hair's growing in. Thank you. I try. I mean, but like I know that people still get lost when I'm trying to make layman's terms out of things. Um, you know, I always loved physics and chemistry, more chemistry than anything else. And I was really good at chemistry in high school. I did really good in my classes. And a lot of the people who were really into the mathematics and stuff like that, they didn't see it the way I did. And I love the connection of chemistry. I never got to take physics because it's just basic shit that I can't computate, but I understand the concepts. And reading philosophy and then reading into spirituality, I always seen a connection that now, years later, is now coming to the forefront in the consciousness. And so many more physicists are trying to bridge the spiritual experiences that people have and make it make sense, and not to poo-poo people or say you're woo-woo for having a psychedelic trip or a plant medicine trip or an experience that most people will shun away and say, hey, you need to be institutionalized. A lot of people ask me why I never been to therapy before. And the fact of the matter is, the real clear answer was, well, my uncle took himself out. He had schizophrenia, and both my parents were deathly afraid of having that repeat experience. Um, I know plenty of my friends that have been on psychotropic drugs to calm them down for anxiety or for depressive disorders. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. Um, but I never had the means of exploring those things. Um, Somewhere innately within myself, I said that a soldier of one and I got to figure it out for myself. And I make these connections and put it into the terms that I do for my own self. And, obviously I'm getting help from upstairs when I'm channeling this information. Like, I read an article honestly, they're dropping it in my purview because I don't know about you. Facebook is about what you're interested in. But I don't get all the articles. I get like crazy shit on like Sheen and Temu and ads all over the place. But once in a while, I'll get a good article about a quantum theory or about something mind expanding. And I'm like, okay, wait. And I'll read the article, and then Spirit will drop me like with the time collapsing on itself. Well, what does that look like? How can we connect to that? What And then, my brain goes, okay, so if we are multidimensional, multi-density beings that live in all facets of everything, then how does time fold on itself? I don't believe in time. I believe in linear time because I'm experiencing it here. I'm experiencing time here. I'm cognizant. My watch and my clock say 6 o'clock, right? But time can be measured differently. Time it's conceived differently in different octaves of wavelengths. There's terminology now coming out in the quantum science world with thermodynamics and measurements of things that are being redefined and new words are coming out. Or they were there but just never used in common verbiage. And now they're becoming more common. It's so weird. So weird. Thank you, Scott. Uh, there's a lot of things that have been crossing. I mean, and this is one of where the solar storms and things that are coming in. I know that I'm so exhausted. I mean, I always run on tired, but like the last couple of days, like I have so much stuff to get done in the house to get to mitigate the fleas and to just make sure that I'm okay and preparing for the snow incoming. I'm just like, well, I can get to it tomorrow because I need to rest, but there's no resting. There's no resting. There's go, 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 go. And my body's like, yeah, no, 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 no. Today was one of those examples. Buckshot! What's going on, Buckshot? I'm hoping it does not rain here tomorrow. Tomorrow I hope to get to the Stargate meditation. That's going to be mind blowing. I missed the last one. But this one I really want to make. I'm going to do my best to do it. And then if it's not nasty outside, I want to go back to that range I went with Marine. He's fixed me up some good setups for himself and I. I'm really excited before it really gets gross out and you can't go to the range. Uh, we're going to an outdoor range. I want to pew pew. I need to work on my pew pew. Buckshot, let me ask you a question. Because I noticed Marine is extremely busy at work. He's like you in a sense. He has his shifts. Um, is your work upticking now more than it has? I don't know what that is, but there's an uptick. I don't know if it's the time of year, new products coming out, more telecommunications going on. I don't know if he even fixed it. I didn't really break it. It was broken when he used it. We just noticed it when I used it. I'm hoping to get some handgun action in because I need that. I need to work on my vision and my aim more so than anything else. That's I have a problem when I'm trying to zero in on my target and looking at my sights. If I close my I can't I have to open both my eyes, but even I'm a better shot when I close my left eye. But it's also like getting myself confident that I can do it with both eyes open. Well, I can tell you there's a shit ton of construction out in Indiana. It's bad. Like to get to Marine's house has been like a Google adventure. Every time I go, there's another road closed, and I don't know the ins and outs of Indiana just yet. I know how to get to his house sort of by two means, and I don't need GPS for it. But like at night, it's really hard because of there's no lights around here, and my headlights suck. So it's really interesting, honestly. where Google goes, but there's a lot of construction, damn fiber networks. But we're happy we have them because it would put food on Buckshot's table. I'm glad about that. They just actually did fiber optics by me. Um, and it's just one internet company doing it. But I think there's more to that than it is. They like dug up the streets and everything around here, and I'm like, wait, does not this area not have it already? I know in New York, they when they Time Warner and Verizon put in the cables. Yeah, it's just weird. Um, I don't know. I don't know. It's weird to think about the fiber optics. I was listening to one of the storm chasers. They all use Starlink, all of them. But they also have to rely on other cellular towers and stuff because still to this day, if there's a storm that they're covering, and depending on the cloud tops aloft and the velocities of the storm, there's no coverage. Like Starlink doesn't work and their feeds get all crappy and shoddy and they have to like switch to something else. Like, is a satellite really the best way to go? I don't know. I mean, I have opted away from the satellite stuff for a long time because everywhere that I am, we're seeing heavy snowstorms, we're seeing tornadoes, we're seeing hurricanes, and a satellite isn't going to really work that well if it can't get to its source. And there's a lot of distortion in between that signal and the satellite because weather will do that. Is it quantumly entangled? Maybe, but not every matrixy symbol and sign. I actually posted something on Facebook. I think I did. Maybe. No, I don't want to go there. So I watched a video and I thought it was very interesting. Um, okay. This guy just proved that we live in a simulation with 200% accuracy. Now, oh yeah, I mean, truth, Buckshot. So true. Someone used these high-powered lasers. I'm a little skeptical at the video, but I do want to experiment with this. It's DNA Awakening. It's on my YouTube. It's on my Facebook. Um, can't play that. So the guy sets up a laser beam up against the wall, so it looks like a cross. And when people look into the beam, not the projection of the beam, but what's on the like the projection on the wall of the beam, like a laser beam, and not obviously you would fry your eyes out. But when you're looking at it, people are seeing the same thing. And it's been done by so many different people that mm. So it's an interesting video if you're on my Facebook. I don't know. I'm not into the sat stuff at all. I'm not. My phone is acting wonky. I don't know. My phone has been trying to record my just sentences. It's a weird. Anybody else? I forgot to light my candle. I love how this one candle smells. I really have to be on the lookout for the scent, the essential oil that I use for it. It's like orchid and plum. It's phenomenal. There it is. Love my scents. Um, I've been cleansing self like crazy. Um, the projection of others, my other selves, as in other people, projecting onto me. I've come into cleansing my auric field and my toroidal field. Unfortunately, tomorrow I don't have the money for it. It's like $50. There was an aura photographer at this shop in like two towns over that I wanted to go to. It's a crystal shop. Um, Pieces of jade in Valpo. Want to go, but it's $50. But I want my, or I would love to take a picture of my aura. I mean, obviously there's a modality that you can use if you squeeze your fingers and you can see the color in between really, really slow. You can see the color of your aura. Sometimes, not everybody. I want googly eyes on. So yeah, I mean, I mean, are you feeling tired, like extraordinarily more tired than normal? I have. Um, are you irritated? I mean, I really honestly thought today I was gonna lose my brains listening to a kid scream all day long. Like not necessarily the entirety of the day, but the majority of the day, nonstop wailing. And a lot of the kids today, no, no, crazy, crazy, crazy town. I don't know if any of you, I mean, most of you have kids, they're older, but anybody that got the young kids out there that are watching, just understand your kids are also upgrading. They don't understand or can verbalize what they feel inside. It's a lot of energy. I know for all of us, we are purging, we are releasing, we are going deep within self and just doing the self-discovery. And that shifts. We're walking into our purposes slowly, meticulously. I know the universe is making and asking a lot of changes of me, and I am like, okay, cool, I have faith in this. But I need some sort of like shred of hope and results. I need to see some of it. Um, I'm hoping tomorrow I can get to the Stargate meditation. The Gong Path was freaking phenomenal. I went by myself. I needed it, and that was like fantastical. It needed to happen. And tomorrow, when I go into those kinds of meditations, I sort of semi go into trance and hit states that I ordinarily don't get to hit. They're guided meditation, by the way. So the woman plays uh, a channeled being that someone channels from the Acturian Collective, and but it's coming from India. So the depiction, the words, the vibration is a lot different from somebody that would be doing it from here. And it's very an interesting dichotomy, and it's an interesting contrast when you're listening to people from the East do meditations that are modernized, like we would get from Daniel Scranton or from Brian Scott, but hearing it from an Eastern cultural perspective, it's mind blowing. Oh, welcome to Mercury retrograde, by the way. Welcome. Everything is Mercury retrograde's fault for the next until it's over. It is like, I think for me also the level of frustration that my body has been culminating and like releasing has been extensive. Yesterday, I'm really sore. My arms are super sore. Not only lifting kids all week, and the presentation stuff that I brought, it was stupid heavy. Like the bag behind me, that little black thing right there, I had a couple of pounds worth of art supplies in there, and I had to bring two laptops. I had my lunch and my water, and oh my gosh, I'm sore. And then the leaf blower yesterday, and then raking. I needed that today. Like the kids are having such a hard time. We spent so long outside. We were in like my school has a beautiful, beautiful yard. It's huge. So there's different play areas and swings and like play equipment that they can jump on and go on. And then there's an open field. It is huge. And the kids love running in the field. So I was running with them. It was phenomenal. We had a beautiful day out today. And I mean, if anything, I love this time of year because the foliage, the color shifts are gorgeous. That alone is meditative. That alone is amazing. Just to look at the coloring of sunset, sunrise. This morning we had pink clouds. Little Thor did come this morning after the fact that I did a Freya video. So I'll be posting that tomorrow morning. Um, I'm off on Monday and Tuesday. Depending on the weather, I might have to finagle Little Thor inside. We'll see. Because it's going to be the first freeze and it's going to be, I don't know how cold here. But it is going to snow. Even if it's a dusting, it's still going to be cold and very windy. So I'm going to take this weekend to prepare for his hut, even though it is a little much, it's pretty much good, solid. But I might pack the straw and make sure that everything is functioning in there. I need a tissue. Give me a second. I'm gonna put my lovely face on. Oh, I got a really good funny to tell you guys. Give me a second. I'm back. So I have a lot of kids having the allergies right now. They're not sick. We get doctor's notes up and down that the kids are not sick. I have kids that have the boogers dropping out. Hi, Barbara. So instead of calling them snot rockets, because then you're gonna see the kids um I call them snot goblins. Like you got green goblins coming out of your nose. It was just Halloween. We're still going with it. The things the kids say that are the darndest. One of the kids in my class the other day was like, I got devils coming out of my nose. I'm like, no, you don't got devils coming out of your nose. You got goblins. You got green goblins coming out of your nose, not devils. I died laughing. I know you had to be there to experience the funniness and the cuteness. It was cute. I'm trying to keep my airway open, by the way. But yeah, the kids say the darndest things, and this kid was hysterical. Honestly, I mean, I like the snow. I'm okay with it, but driving in it, no, and that's my biggest problem right now. I don't feel safe in my car, and there is no way I'm getting a new one. So I gotta navigate how to get around or where I can do ordering in if need be. And I'm trying to save money like crazy because I don't have much of it at the moment. Well, my paycheck is already gone. Um, so and that's only because when we don't work, like I have days off, I don't work, and that's a lot of money, for me at least. So the next couple of weeks is going to be really rough. Um, I know that I'm going to have someone ask for an oracle reading that I'm going to do. Um, and I got the vending event next weekend. So I'm really praying that I get something to help me out a little bit in the in between. Ooh, what is this? You see, I open up the Facebook and this is what I get. Um, is light really what we think it is? Dark photons could shatter a century of physics and reveal a hidden side of reality. I don't even care if this is real or whatever. That's amazing expansion. Yeah, Scott, let me explain. I've driven in blizzards. I've driven in New York City gets blizzards and feet of snow. Don't think that it never does. It does. It gets a lot of snow. New York gets snow. I've driven in all kinds of conditions. I just know what my car's capability is, which is shit in the snow. So I rather be the one not being the person driving down south with the casserole in the back seat that you got to drive like grandma. I don't like driving like that either. But I honestly know that I fishtail everywhere, and the roads here are a lot different from New York. New York has more, believe it or not, in some capacities. Driving in the towns here, there's one lane. Like my street, there's one way and the other way. There's no space, and a lot of the turns around here are stupid narrow. Like the way the construction here, everything is very narrow when you turn. You got to really cut the wheel. Um, and for me, that's when my car likes to not turn and bug out. I don't want to put myself in situations where I could harm anybody else besides myself. Getting back to the article though, for over 100 years, we believe light to be both a wave and a particle, a dual nature that shaped modern physics. It diffracts, interferes, and paints the quantum world in patterns we've come to understand as fundamental truth. But new theories suggest that this truth might only be a part of the story. Enter dark photons, elusive, unseen cousins of light that could rewrite everything we know about the universe. Dark photons are theorized to subtly interact with the ordinary photon, distorting how we perceive light's behavior. What if the wave patterns we observe for generations aren't intrinsic at all, but echoes of hidden interactions in an invisible realm? Hi, fourth and fifth density. Hi. That's what it's talking about. It's the other octaves of levels of experience that a lot of us see. Like some of us see the dragon on the floor and the spirits behind me, the white orbs. I know Ashmaya sends me videos of the craziness. She gets spirit parties in her house when I'm on. It's insane. Um, there's a lot of activity going on behind me, but some people can see it and some people can't. Now, why is that? Is that they able with their physical eyes to pick up on different light spectrums and that they're seeing the contrast in other realms that some other people can't? If we're looking at it in a scientific sense. you For me, I know that when I went to college, I had one of my professors like introduce color theory. And through the color theory, he showed us a printout and then on a slide the color spectrum. And he asked us, we were all in different areas of the room. We couldn't see or cheat. And it's not about cheating, it's about how do you see color? Because that determines how you're going to mix your colors and explore the dynamicism of your paintings. Um, when an artist is doing photorealism, for example, you want to know how to mix certain colors to get that exact out of the photo, or people's skin tones. Yeah, you could say, okay, that Crayola crayon is peach, and that's what a white person depicts. That's not the case because people have red hues in their face. Some people don't. Some people more on the brown scale. More people have different hues of yellow and hints of other colors in their skin. How is the light hitting the skin? So it's not just one color. But when you're looking at the spectrum, I have an extra chromosome that I could see more than most people in the color spectrum on this 3D existence. A lot of people have this, by the way, but most artists have this, that they're seeing, instead of the range being just a few different variations of red, you're seeing the choppy layers of all of it. And I can see the choppy layers of color where others cannot. They're just seeing red, but I'm seeing the different hues and variations of red and gradients of red. That's just one color and example. So just I didn't even finish reading this, but just looking at this in that perspective, if there are dark photons and if there are things, obviously a lot of us are in the belief and the interknowing and understanding that there are many layers of realities parallel to ours that we are jumping on and off on because we're vibrating beings, and that the overlay of time space is giving us the purview of seeing the other beings that are interacting but yet not physically there to smack into. Like, if the spirit's right here, I can't feel them. Well, maybe sometimes I can, but they're not materialized enough for them to be like, oh, and I get a shift and a push. I mean, unless it's evil or wants to get your attention, it might give you a little nudgy poo, but you're not bumping in. You would never be able to physically move. You wouldn't be able to put your hand out, and who knows how many layers of frequency and vibration my hand is going through right now. Like, really think about it. If we are overlapping, if time is collapsing on itself constantly, we're a vibrating being shifting and vibrating on wavelengths, and we're jumping to other realities concurrently right now in the moment. How many things is your hand overlaying and going through? Like, is there a spirit right here and my hand is going through spirit? These are the craziest things that I ponder, but they're worth pondering. Dark photons are theorized to subtly interact with ordinary photons, distorting how we perceive light's behavior. What if the wave patterns we observed for generations are intrinsic? And I'm repeating because it intrinsic at all, but echoes of hidden interactions in an invisible realm, invisible to your naked eye. If proven real, these mysterious particles could force us to reinterpret a century of physics, from quantum mechanics to cosmology itself. Beyond reshaping optics, dark photons might be the missing key to dark matter, unexplained cosmic forces, and physics beyond the standard model. For scientists, this is both exhilarating and unnerving. The idea that one of the most fundamental aspects of reality could be an illusion. The discovery of photons wouldn't just change how we see light, it would change how we see everything. The argument that I have with others is, it's not even an argument, but it's a postulate. If we're moving on up into a different dynamical time in expression and our thinking, our consciousness is expanding, and we are thinking about this shift that Dolores Cannon talks about, that 3D Earth is still going to exist, but we're going to move on to a new Earth. Or the polarities shift, where more of the negative polarity is going to experience more of the negative polarity, and the positive polarity is going to start shifting out of the contrast, the duality of things. We're going to find more unity in the positive polarity. 4D is still a bridge. You still have contrast, you still have duality, but it's lessening itself. You still have to have it because you're still in a material physical body. You're still experiencing physicality. When you move on to 5, it's a theory, it's a suggestion that we become a light being. Now, how material are you is a good question. We don't know. It's just postulating and theorizing. And I wish that a lot more spiritual people would take that into consideration. We're postulating because all things are right now concurrently happening. So in one dynamic, in one paradigm, that's happening. We are still physical, we are still having experience. We just shifted and we're less dense. We're in the light form. That's going to take a millennia, maybe. Maybe. But to think that some of the things that people have projected out into the universe is very distorting. And I wish more people would look into this more and not just throw out the assumption that sure, like the sun is going to have a solar flare, that the Carrington event is going to happen again, and we all become light beings. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And not because I don't want to think that these things are fanciful. I'm just looking at reality from a standpoint of expanded consciousness. We still have a contract to play out. We still have catalysts to have a soul growth through. We still have to live in contrast, and I don't think enough of us are there. And I think a lot of us right now, I'm in that position of fine tuning myself. The universe is throwing me very heavy, very harmful, very negative experiences to see how far of a shift I have made and to see how I am delivering on the change that I already made, but seeing if they solidified within my being. Am I reacting the same or am I acting differently to a stimulus, a catalyst? If it was thrown at me 5 years ago, I would have been a different person and things would have been different, worse. If I'm in this now moment and being really honest with myself, I think a lot of the things I've been thrown, I've pretty much reacted to them at a neutral state. And if not, a state of where I need to see where the learning comes from and asking the why, what in my soul need to experience this? But I'm not jumping off of bridges and being destructive in that end. The old self would have been destructive, would have went to a substance, would have done something that would have affected me in a more negative way than me just thinking about, okay, what the fuck? And that's with anything. I don't know, but Freya is owed some treats. Freya got 6.5K views. I've never gotten that high ever, ever. I'm very blessed and my gratitude scale is, it's really her, my little cutie pie. I don't know where she is. She's probably upstairs. Um, but she was feeling really, really stupid cute this morning. I haven't seen Baby P, Mr. Possum, or Mrs. Possum. I don't know. I haven't seen Baby P in a few days. I hope that little baby possum is alive and well. Super cute, by the way. I like possums. Uh, this is the second time tonight. This is just a mention. I'm getting very, very, I don't even know what hertz that is in my ear. And it's not like the tuning fork like vibrating. It's a weird, and it's not tendonitis. If anything, the side of the face that I had the infection on, if that happened on this ear, then I would equate it to that. Being realistic, it's happening on the other side. I'm also hoping those of you who were on my, which wasn't that many, on Craft and Sip on Tuesday. I have a gun in the way. My hair. I did a lot of interesting things on Craft and Sip on Tuesday. This is a paint stick. The kids, I brought one of the packages today. Kids loved it. I'm trying to make this fit. I hope those of you who have the time do this. I am ambidextrous, but I'm a dominant right. I challenge all of you, if you are at this time experiencing intense or expanded consciousness, you're getting downloads. Draw, doodle with your left hand, brush your teeth with your left hand, comb your hair or do your hair with your left hand. If you have hands, I'm not just here to discriminate or not integrate, but try using both lobes of your brain. When you're doing this, you are opening up neural networks in your brain to help you integrate more. So I highly suggest the paint sticks. The kids love these, and so did the adults. These are super calming. They're not, yes, you can get dirty from these, but they're more contained. They are very flowy and they're calming to use. They're very big. They're like a bingo dotter. Color with them. Write with them. Using both sides in both hands, and it helps also strengthen you, but it activates things in your brain. So try to use both hands deliberately in your day, whether it be sign language is good for that too. But give me 2 seconds, guys. I am needing to blow my nose again. I thought I had a sneeze coming on. I'm back. I thought I was but I didn't achoo. I got some fun cards to pull tonight. Oh, thank you, Arnie. I also got Arnie's cards out too. I got fun cards. Though I'm looking at this at the standpoint of where we are right now, consciously, We still are going through very difficult times. We're still experiencing a lot of negative, like, I really don't prefer this over I prefer that paradigm. A lot of people are taking things way out of proportions on my social media about like New York. Um, I can say right now that the interesting component is that people are really being offered the understanding of what they don't prefer or what they do prefer and the consequences of choice, even though that's choice to me is farce. The free will that you have, in my estimation, is that your bodily alchemical system within yourself reacts. So your mechanism of like sparkle farts and glitter shards, that's stuff for me, that's your body's free will choice, like to expel things out of your body. Consequences, action, and causes. You eat this, you're going to have that result, right? It's a choice. But some things to me is like, eh. That's where I'm at, Arnie, with that. I had like 5 people call me within the last 2 days. Like, oh my God, Allison, what's going on? I don't even watch the news no more. I don't care. But I saw the decisiveness on my Facebook feed and Instagram. I'm like, you people gotta what? Why are you hating so bad on both sides? Holy shit. No, no bueno. Oh, that's awesome, Arnie. You rock. I'm gonna have more of Arnie's Oracle cards soon. I'm so excited. Um, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Your angel number card is like always my number one go-to. And then the saints and the angel one. I know do I have that out? The angels and saints. Dyslexic brain. I'm always on that one. I honestly was going to like Spirit stopped me because I know it's just people that I know from Staten Island, and Staten Island's in a weird position. They want to succeed. And I thought years ago that it was going to happen. I was like for sure about it. The Staten Islanders always got the shit end of the stick. We always get ignored, and but yet everybody is a high contributor to the success of the city. Um, the preference point of yes, this is a movie, and I told my friends this. I'm like, if you don't see it for what it actually is, I don't know what in delusional land or illusion that you're living, but do you think in a normal dichotomy, are people really ignoring the fact that there's a communist? I mean, if we really look at de Blasio, he was a fascist, a Marxist. But I mean, but on the other hand, also, when I was looking at the polls that people are posting, I'm like, how real are those polls? Number one. But two, who the fuck would vote in Cuomo? I don't care what 47 said. I know, again, it's a part of the movie. But Jim Brewer, he put your grandma in the fucking basement and pretty much killed a bunch of people. Did you not remember that? Staten Islanders everywhere had Cuomo and de Blasio cutouts, putting them in the window at Thanksgiving dinner. Like, How can you not remember that and be upset about what happened? Make it make sense. Why would you vote for such a animalistic? And I mean, there's a lot against him. I mean, he has to put himself out there, we know. But holy fuck. And they said the same thing about Tina 40 in the Bronx. She is well capable of being a congresswoman. She is fire in every aspect. She is amazing. And yet we still see AOC continuing her actress role. My cousins never understood it. They live in AOC's district, the one that just transcended. I would have to talk him down off of the building because he was a very nervous Nettie before he transcended. I'm like, dude, it's an act. Like she's reading a script. Like you can't like stop. Stop worrying about it. Things are going to play out how they play out because people need to see. And I saw this too, especially in New York. New York gets a lot of immigrants from communist countries, and the interviews that I've seen throughout my years living there, it's not just from Haiti or Cuba. It's not Haiti, but it was Cuba that I meant. Hungary and other countries that have communism at a stronghold, not just from south, but from what east. And they come over here and they're like, yeah, I'm not touching that shit with the 10-foot pole. I'm getting out of here. That's true. But we got to look at I've always said this, I've always felt it, and I felt it even before 9/11 as a little kid. New York was always a social experiment because there are so many differential people that live there. It's a melting pot more than it is in California or in Chicago and even Atlanta. It is the melting pot of a lot of systems and a lot of social economical structures. New York is a very unique place. And I feel that they usually do these social experiments there first, and then it ripples out into the rest of the country. And normally it stops really there. It might go to New Jersey and, like the surrounding areas, like a infestation of a disease, but it stops at the Midwest. It really does. From my standpoint, I mean, sure, I live in one of the only counties in Indiana that's blue. It's run like the goddamn mafia, but it's no better in other places that are red run. The mafia and the construct is still existent. It's just coined differently. It's the same bird in two different wings, the right or the left. It's the same damn bird. And the whole system needs to drop. I was talking about to one of my staff members. Uh, they never been in my room before, and were asked to help out. My teacher had to step out for a little bit, and she's like, "Oh my God, I never thought the little ones would run you up and down." I'm like, "Yep." And I'm like, In a perfect world, we all want the kids to be integrated, but we're not looking at it from the lens of, okay, what do these kids need and what is fair to them and all the other kids surrounding them. The educational system needs to collapse because where is the money? These kids bring in funding. Okay. So when the funding stops, whose pockets are not getting filled anymore? If the money for special education and even for education went to the proper channels and to the right spots, we wouldn't see educators and administrators and school boards making bank and the kids can't even get fed. The kids who need equipment are not getting the equipment they need. That's a problem. And that's the problem that needs to be addressed. I don't care what side of the fence you're on. And everything is rigged. Was it really a meteor? Scott, I'm just saying my chat's slow, so I do apologize. That's awesome, Scott. As we talk about the moon, supermoon the other day, moonstone. I love this gem. I use this gem in a lot of my pyramids. Live your purpose. So if anybody has it, it has a little bit of like a sheen, like a sparkly component to it. Moonstone, I love moonstone. It's one of my favorite gems. Live your purpose. And if you haven't found your purpose yet, that's okay. That's why we're here in this body to figure it out. I have one of these upstairs. I love this. Celestite, soothe your soul. Um, me going to a gong bath, me doing the Stargate meditation, me taking that time for myself to inflect, me hanging out with Marine and just doing nothing or just being in the moment with him, that gives me time to soothe my soul and kind of ground my physicality, not necessarily my spirituality, but my circuits, my voltage. Because what goes on up here is it's a wheel, always turns. We have citrine, bring in the light. And that's what many of us are here to do in our own unique way. We're here to literally anchor the light. Many of us are the dark infiltrators because we've experienced the pain and the suffering, but our job is to bring in the light a little differently. We're here to take the darkness and transmute it into light. So all the things that I've been going through negatively, all the pain and suffering that I've been experiencing in life, I'm one of those people that can withhold and withstand those negativities to the extreme in my own brain. Obviously, I'm creating it, but I'm also sitting there to transmute it into light. Well, some of us are here just to be an anchor in the light. Many of us are here to transmute and alchemize the light. And there's other people who are already like the biggest, brightest lights, taking their lighthouse and fixing it on a point and shining lights on things. We all have and serve the light. It's just in what capacity of that light do you serve? Most of us chose a very difficult avenue to express the light in. And that's okay. Many of us were meant to be in the hard path because we chose to handle the shit. As Carol Maureen Friesen would say, the diamonds in the dog shit. We're plucking them out. Pink opal. Be kind to yourself. This is huge. When doing that personal logo, that logo exercise I did with one of the sessions that I had one of my teacher I work with and a couple of other people I worked with. I know their backstory a bit. So, I postulated to them, are you being kind to yourself? A lot of them have and are going through very difficult scenarios right now in life that are very draining, and it's outside of themselves, but also inside of themselves. Are you giving yourself some grace and compassion for what you're going through? Are you being kind to yourself? Are you allowing yourself the dignity, the empowerment? Like I said earlier, I don't give myself enough credit for the things that I have walked and got out of. Like, I might look like I got through an explosion and I come out and my hair is all, and I'm all blacked and scarred but I'm still alive. And I don't give myself enough credit for how I've gotten to this point in my life because I'm not seeing results. I haven't seen the results of a stable life that I want to like manifest, but I'm always striving for it. So I'm not giving up on myself, but I'm not giving myself enough credit and or being kind to myself to say, hey, girl, chill out once in a while. And this stone I wear 98, I can't wear it to work because it does have sharp ends, but I used to wear this stone all the time. Black Kyanite. Set stronger boundaries. This was for me, I was recommended to wear this constantly because it helps my auric field. Um, I wear this, and this is all in my EMF and some of the protective energy pyramids that I make. Black Kyanite's in there. Kyanite, however you want to pronounce it. Um, this is very, very a powerful stone. I have it everywhere in this house. And Ashmaya, that was me. That was absolutely me. I'm a giver by nature, and not to say that I don't like to receive, but the hyper independence that I exude, that I know that I am, I never expect anything back. Now, the boundaries that I have placed for myself that are up are not to not allow people in, but also not to allow people to take advantage. Because I think that's where the lines blur for me, was seeing where people were taking advantage of me because I'm looking at their heart and I'm seeing their intention is pure and good. But at the same time, their subconscious is like running off of another program of, okay, how can I take advantage of this? What can this person do for me? And for me, I'm not that way. I don't want anything from another person in terms of like, what can I gain from them? What can I aggrandize off of them? But rather, what can I do to make a union happen, a unity kind of consciousness happen where we're both feeding off of each other and helping each other out? I'm always looking for that opportunity, but unfortunately, in my past, I've given way too much of myself into avenues where I should have held back with people, places, and things. And that's the truth, and also we got to look at even in our personal families, right? I've seen this with my parents and with my family. When you invest in self and you're doing the self work, you're changing how you react, how you feel. You're going through a metamorphosis. And sometimes when you mature your thinking and when you change a paradigm that you were once this way and now you're seeing the world in an expanded view and you change, people are definitely going to fall away from your life regardless because they don't no longer they can't have the perception that you see. They're not willing to see it just yet. It's not to say they won't come there eventually. And I always say this, and I've always said this, especially when COVID happened. And the day when these things are factual, they're put out on mainstream shit show media, and people finally understand that I had to do what I needed to do for myself. You chose that, but I was not going to be here to kill you. What rational thinker is going to go, finally? Oh, Allison finally makes sense. Like now they're on my wavelength of thinking that I had like 10 years ago. Now you're seeing it. And I will be there for you with forgiveness, love, and compassion. For you knew not at the time. That's what Jesus always said, Yeshua, for they know not, because they're not on the wavelength that you're thinking on. They're not seeing it yet. That doesn't mean they are never going to see it. That just means in the now moment they're not seeing it and they're not perceiving it, feeling it, or going through it. So they know not. I could say the same for me having rheumatoid arthritis. People at when I was 21 years old and I could not walk, but I look fine. Obviously, I'm young. I was a dancer. I'm fit. I don't look like there's anything wrong with me. But yet you're seeing me and then you're thinking I'm a hypochondriac. Well, unless you have the disease and you can associate the pain and understanding of, oh, wow, I know what she's going through. Shit, give her compassion. The people that don't understand the pain or the limitation that that gives because you look fine on the outside, when they go through an experience and they have the pain and they can't move, hi, whiskey, they're going to go, oh my God, I was such a fucked up person to her, and I said some very damning things. Crap. I had people apologizing from 10 years ago. Like, hey, Allie, I'm so sorry. I did not know. And now that I went through something similar to you, I my whole perception changed. It expanded. But at the time, they didn't know. They couldn't equate. They couldn't comprehend. So we got to give compassion to those who are not yet ready to expand their consciousness. We got to sit in a space for they know not, and not to say, okay, well, I'm not gonna boundaries right there. I'm not gonna take your shit either. When you're ready to come back and be cool with me, talk to me like authentically and air out your shit. I'm like, oh, hi, welcome back. But until then, you go over there and stay over there. I don't need you. I don't need your negativity. I don't need your projections. It's damning. And you know what? It takes up too much mental space. But this is the parallel we're living in. We're running in a 3D body. We're here. Our consciousness is over here, and then a lot of the collective is here, and we're supposed to like at least get them to here. I'm going to take your hand, you come here. And that's not to say to save somebody, that's not to wake somebody up. They're going to do that on their own time. Most of us have done this with multiple people in our lives or seeded something years ago subconsciously, and now they're like, ah, those people will come to you. They've been coming to me for years now. Allison, I understand you now. Shit. The ping pong match of authenticity is now being seen in the collective. I'm seeing it now. The catalyst that just took place in my life had to happen for a many multitude of reasons. those who know my will of intention, those who know my heart, those who know that I would never do something as, specific things will see that, know that, understand that, and embrace that and be neutral in a situation and be diplomatic about it. Where there's other people who listen to one side and this could be in politics, this can be in any facet in life, and only listen to that one side and not get the expanded version of it and to make a full awareness decision on where direction they're going to take, and they only stick to one gun. That's happening in the collective right now. We're seeing it in politics, we're seeing it personally, we're seeing it interpersonally. We're seeing these things happening. And if you're in the neutral party in the stands, I commend you. I really do. I commend you. There's a lot of questions that are unanswered, but until you get everybody's side and you get the 360 view of things, how can you make an informed judgment? Or at least discernment. Discernment is a judgment. Arnie's cards did pop out, but numbers are going to be later. I haven't had any real connection with my cousin that just transcended. Though I was told that it happened before the election because he would have definitely had the same, and that would have been the cause. You got it, Miss Sparky. He would have had a major heart attack with those results. I think it happened days before, a week before, for a reason. Yeah, now I know why I drop in cards. I'm gonna keep all of them that fell. How's that? I normally don't do that, but let's get at it. We have lavender, soul healing, forgive, purify. A kind soul is what one should be. Find the good in all. This opens the heart to love, to truly be free. If we're all God, can you see it in all things? Can you see God in all things and understand all things have a purpose and serve a purpose for happening? One of the archangels that worked with me, Sandalphon, potential wisdom harmony. You are never on the ground alone. With your wings, fly high, soar, and reach for the stars and rise up. I had Sandalphon work with me 2 months, no, 2 years ago. Faith, self-belief, clarity. Manifest your future, alchemize the elements, create what you are destined for. You have all you need already. And look on the bottom of that. What number is that? We have Sarah Fisa. Love, compassion. Speak from your heart. All will resonate when you speak in love. Love is the universal language of all. Padre Pio. Healing miracles. Be able to pick yourself up at the lowest of times. Do not quit, but fight. To strive forward is the greatest of all courage and strength. Spirit, stop it. Spirit moves my camera, by the way. Zariel, give, receive, love. Raise your spirit, not your anger. Raise your love, not your hate. Be the light in the darkness for all. And some of us are the alchemists of that darkness. And we have to unfortunately be in those dark places in order for us to see and alchemize that energy. I don't know how to pronounce this, but I'm going to do the best that I can. Jurels, Jurels, Uels, whoever that is, beautiful angel. Ocean, planet, tectonic plates. Take time alone, walk in nature, sit by the stream, swim in the ocean, feel the joys Gaia has just for you. One of my favorite decks, but it's a big one. So for my channel members that are out there, Oracle card readings, I don't know if they'll be out tomorrow because I'll be out normally I don't know. I'm gonna take the day that's not snowing and I'm gonna be doing stuff. So it'll be either Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday because I'm off that I'll get the channel member readings up for this time. Just a FYI. I'm also working on the shadow work in research, just so that I have a compendium of what other people have done, but also know what components I want to pull from it and word it in my own way. Because like I said, I'm shocked. I'm still getting people stepping me off to the side and saying how great my presentation was. And I'm not trying to blow smoke up my own ass. It's very humbling. I worked very hard on that. And I gave it its time and space. We have deep quiet, meditation and stillness. I hope I get a lot of this tomorrow. Tomorrow. When deep quiet appears, it is a message from the cosmos calling you to stillness, to step outside the concerns of your everyday life. This does not mean to slow down and take a breath, although that is a good start. The cosmos is inviting you to go deep, to the place where the noise stops and where there is only the vast emptiness of inner space. Inner space. Bye, Buckshot. Have fun at work. When we don't respond to the invitation offered to, damn it, offered by deep quiet, life can stop us in our tracks with an illness or a crisis. Listen to the still, small voice. Remember that you want to catch spirit on a whisper, not a shout. And it is only human to argue that you are too busy to slow down, that you don't have the time, the inclination, or the money for a retreat. Do not let any of these reasons get the better of you. Stop the world and enter the deep quiet before you come to a crashing halt. After you have said yes to this invitation, you will find that the world can get along quite well without the need for you to manage it. You will enjoy the freedom that comes with stillness, the clarity and spaciousness offered by the silence. Garden of Venus, rest and renewal. That's why I smiled. The place of all is well, and rest and renewal, self-acceptance. When the Garden of Venus appears, you are invited, actually summoned, to return to the pleasure garden of love. It is time to leave the field of battle. Put your sword away. There is nothing you need to defend anymore. Step through the gate into the garden of earthly delights. Bask in the joy of wish-fulfilling trees and the scent of the healing flowers. You have returned home. You are weary, and it is time to rest deeply and be renewed. Go into the sacred garden alone, as there is no need for another to be present to experience its pleasures. Really, stop looking for the other, enter by yourself. Allow your senses to intoxicate you. Leave all thought behind. Lose your analytical mind and return to your body. In the Garden of Venus, there is still a still pond that shows you your reflection when you stop and stoop down to drink. Who is that staring back at you? Look at who you have become. Rinse your face with this healing waters and practice deep acceptance. Love who you have turned into with all your imperfections and blemishes. The goddess Venus holds a mirror that allows you to see yourself in all your flawed beauty. Do not become caught in its spell. After a quick glance, take the mirror that with you and return to the battlefield that you may reveal to others who they are becoming. Then you will no longer have to use for the sword. Both these cards are asking you to do some inflection. I know I can't wait to meditate tomorrow. And even if I don't get there, whatever happens, I'm going to be meditating sometime tomorrow. It's important. And it doesn't need to be an all-day thing, or it doesn't need, listen, I got no money. I can't go on a retreat. But you know what? I could do that up here. I could create a visual landscape, mindscape of me sitting in the cabin on the woods near the lake, watching the snow and the leaves fall. You got to take yourself to those spaces, whether it be the beach, the forest, the lake, the forest, the valley, wherever it is. You need to take yourself there. Oh my God. Miss Amy's crashing and going to sleep. I see that, Miss Amy. But I'm actually here. And guys, go check out Arnie's website and his Facebook. He got some really good tunes going on over there. Soothing stuff. This is the Schumann so currently happening. There's some activity, but we're calm, but there's a lot of geo storms happening. We shifted down in frequency at a 7.92. And no time blackouts or time dilations. The geo field and E field is a little increasing, not by much. The electric field is not these red crazy insanities that we've been seeing. So, I mean, we know that things are shifting, but it's how you perceive the shift that matters. So, Arnie has a band, the Mystic Wands Band. Rock Until the Break of Dawn. I listened to this earlier. No, I didn't listen to this one. I listened to another one earlier. Um, which was really good. I like the title to that. So this is really funny. I kind of read this on, I read this on quantum AI metaphysics? I don't know. Scientists report brief 1.3 second temporal anomaly, suggesting time momentarily stopped without detection. For us on the spiritual side of the coin, we see the Schumann resonance and we say, oh, that's a blackout, time dilation. Time dilation really means like time stopped, or time is not being perceived properly, in my estimation. But is it really? I haven't done this all night. I have the urge to right now. Chicken! Chicken bok bok! Chicken bok bok! Chicken bok bok bok! Turkey lurkey! Go! Fry a chicken, fry a chicken, fry a chicken. I'm pulling the archetypal cards right now. That needs a coffee right there. Well, looking for one, I found the other. I found it. Apocalypsis. Removing the veil of deception. The other two cards are even better. Maybe. They tie into each other. Apocalypsis indicates a particularly painful time, one that unfolds when two desperate dynamics occur simultaneously, pulling the psyche in seemingly opposing directions. The first is a lifting of the veil. This means truths that have been kept deep in the dark are revealed, seen, and unearthed. No matter how relieving it is to witness them come into the light, an element of despair and grief follows. The second dynamic is the regeneration that comes from the wreckage of the revealed truth. The old narrative breaks and a new story forms. Apocalypse energy is similar to a forest fire, devastation for the sake of regeneration. The veil lifts and we see who and what has been hiding. From the nakedness of the truth, a child is born. Have faith in the process. Hold on to your center. That is the only way. The unknown becomes known and guides the way. All kinds of things will be revealed during a time of apocalypse, from big global lies to little white ones that lace the bedroom sheets. Brace yourself for the horse of truth to storm your every field. Here we are. Here we are. This card has a strong relationship to Althea. If both cards appear in one reading, you've got some real uncovering to do. Take heed. But we don't. But we're living this right now. Personally, collectively, we're living it. Whee! So a lot of us are a part of this archetype. And the one that I found first, the venom, the poison, the curse, the toxin. Much to our dismay. Hi, the Sovereign Star. How are you? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Much to our dismay, the venom is always lurking in the shadows in one form or another. Its toxic presence may be found in our relationships, thoughts, speech, or environment. Thankfully, the cycle of purification and detoxification comes so naturally that it is built into our every exhale. We breathe out carbon dioxide and the plants return it to us as oxygen. Archetypical venom is rarely remedied as easily. However, it can come to potent forms and quantities that are deeply damaging to us and to the world. When the venom card appears, there is a harmful substance in our psychic realm that must be identified. Perhaps your words have a sting, a poison about them. Perhaps a relationship is slowly draining your reserves. Acknowledgement is the first step. Change is the second. The remedy will reveal itself in time and with it forgiveness. Self-realization through suffering. The spreading of the venom is like a chain reaction when we strike others. It is likely we have ourselves been struck, bearer the cycle. When you harm another, you harm yourself. Keep in mind, this goes for our earth as well with the cosmic consequences. So it's playing out in the dichotomy in a paradigm right now. It's eating it. The venom in our lives, whether it be intrapersonal, places, things, peoples, and then the apocalypse is the shit is being revealed. True motives, intentions, paradigms are being revealed to us if we have the eyes to see and the comprehension and the expansion to see it. More on a unifying scale of conscious awakening beings, and those that this is playing more out in our individual lives, but it also is the venom that is steering politics right now. We have one more card, by the way. I ain't done with them yet. For reals now. Chicken! Buck buck! Batty! There it goes. And what this is all encapsulating, the vessel. The vessel. The body, the container, the cup. The vessel may be the most powerful archetypical form on earth. It is everywhere. Cups hold liquid. Stoves hold fire. Our bodies hold organs. Our homes hold families. Through this simple act of separation, the vessel protects what it contains. Nests protected the eggs. Savings accounts protect our earnings. Even the planets are contained within their circular orbit. When this card appears, it is time to assess what is being held together. And how is the vessel too tight, too loose, broken, empty, full? Or perhaps there is no vessel at all, and the contents spill in every direction. It is natural for structures to be formed and eventually fall apart. This vessel has a life cycle that must be honored. Is it time for you to build, break, or repair? You must find out. Stable, strong, and graceful. The physical body is the most sacred vessel of all. It is the one in which you reside from your first breath to your last. It may need your attention. The mentor and the healer must pay particular attention to this archetypal form. Healing cannot be sustained without a strong container. If you looked at these three cards, like I said earlier when I pulled them, I'm going to take a very strong stab. I do not pronounce names, and I'm not here to disrespect anybody's name. But I really can't project names that well. Mikolas, welcome. I tried. I'm sorry if I butchered it. If we look at these three cards, this is happening now in our collective consciousness, in the outer world that we are experiencing and co-creating together. This is happening. Apocalyptics is happening. All the things that, I mean, there's still deception happening, both sides, politically and just in the world at large. We are seeing certain truths now come to surface, within our own selves, within our relationships, the places we live. We're seeing the bigger picture, sort of. But then we have the venom. Someone's thinking about me. My nose is itchy. And the vessel. So spirit is like, hey, is your outside world creating the venom that is damaging your vessel, your container? Is the things going on in your outside world poisoning your thoughts? Are you allowing this reality of your vessel to dictate and feed these dichotomies? The trinity right here of archetypes. Which one are you? And we're all going to be saying something different because we all experience, feel, and perceive reality differently. Are you creating the venom? Is the outside world creating the venom? How is your vessel? Are you checking in with yourself? Because the other cards are saying introspect. Look inside yourself. Go inside. Why are you here? What's your purpose? Don't know the font, but hi, welcome. I like to shout people out, but I'm dyslexic, so the brain does not function on fonts. Certain fonts I don't read. But welcome, everybody. We're gonna go to animals because we know I love them. Hi, Apple Tart Baker. How are you? All the way from Canada. I wish there was a Tim Hortons over here. I know that's like a very big stereotype. I don't like to stereotype, but Canada, some of your franchises needs to drop down over here because I'm not I'm only a little bit away from Michigan, and it takes me a while to get up to Wisconsin. But my gosh, I when I lived in New York, I lived downstate. I would have loved more Tim Hortons. You guys got that oh, Tim Hortons is good. I miss that so much. It's really good coffee. And their donuts are like next to none. You can't compare their donuts to Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts is shit. Tim Hortons is rocking. Sorry, just a side note. Spirit says one more? Sure. Cool. Kudos, Spirit. It's currently 47 degrees here. You would never think that a snowstorm of mass proportions is going to hit here, or a windbag, or a dusting. I don't know. Indiana is weird. We have Mouse Spirit. Tend to the small things. So these small things, like the other cards are asking you to do, is go into the silence and meditate a little bit. Even if it's just literally drawing with your left hand and then your right hand, you can see the difference between my handwriting. Shift your perspective on what meditation is in the first place. I mean, I'm going to a Stargate meditation. I have a guided meditation. I'm going to go probably in trance. It's not a state I get to every time. I'm trying to get there again. But we have to ask ourselves, what are the small things you perceive that you can change or that you can dive into? Meditation is a small little facet to me, like the small, tend to the small things. Like, what are the small things in your life that you need to give a little more attention to? Like, have you been really keeping up on your laundry or cleaning your house? Like mundane shit. It doesn't need to be like, oh, I have to go and touch the tree today. That is a small thing, but what are the things you kind of ignore in your 3D world? Stag spirit, take the lead. Rabbit spirit, now is a lucky time. Koala spirit, I haven't pulled this in a long time. Spirit has a plan. I damn sure hope so. The eight, the traffic jam behind me. You have a plan, let's execute. Sleeping dragon right there, execute. Wake up. Vulture spirit, nothing is wasted. Because everything serves a purpose. Dog spirit, be loyal to what you love. So, what do you love? What are you loyal to? Beaver spirit, lay a solid foundation. I think from the archetype cards and the gem cards that I pulled and the shaman dream cards, the stage of where we are in evolution and consciousness, not an evolution in bodily form, is asking us with all the energies going on the outside that we've created as catalysts to help us expand. When we live in the 5 to 9, 9 to 5, one shift, second shift, third shift, whatever you want to view your workday, if you are working, even if you're not working, you're retired, you still have a schedule, sort of speak, or a routine that you keep up every day. You get up, whether you take a shower in the morning, you shower at night, you brush your teeth, you make your cup of coffee, you're having your breakfast. Like that's a routine that most people keep time shifts every day, but you're keeping the routine every day. What can you do to change it up a little bit? We're being asked to really inflect and make some changes in self, in our mastery, in our perfectionism that we need to obtain to move up those stair steps to ascension. What are we fine-tuning within ourselves? Are you still holding shame, blame, guilt, and judgment of everything outside of yourself and blaming? Those are all you playing different aspects of source. Are you not seeing source in all things? Have you embodied that concept yet? Are you walking it, emoting it, embodying it? If you're not, it's you're working on these little things that accumulate to a big whole. If you don't live your life, you can't practice the skills that it intends to need to go out into your outer world and go food shopping and someone triggers you, then you go, oh shit, is this a lesson? Is this a teaching learning moment? Let's detach emotionally for a minute. How did this make me feel? Okay, center myself. If we're not doing it instantaneously, we're starting to see and realize certain points and aspects of ourself, of our reactions. Oh shit, I could have said that better. You know, when you have an encounter with somebody and then the rest of the day you're playing that scenario in your head. Well, if I would have said this, would have done that, would have, coulda, shouldas. There's a way to recapitulate that because again, we live in in my estimation, my perspective, my reality I'm experiencing, I live in a multiverse. I perceive a multiverse. I'm aware of my other selves. I am aware that deja vu is a part of that paradigm to help you acknowledge that you just shifted in time and that you shifted your dynamic, that now you're living, emerging to another timeline, you're another self that's already living in that time, and you're just meeting it and go, oh, wow. Those are the little things that we are now coming more into full wide perspective of. But you need to inflect first and find and be aware in the moment, consciously, not subconsciously, of these dynamicisms. But before I move any further, how is everybody doing tonight? Or today, wherever you are in the world, how are you? I'm feeling tired. I'm always tired though, but more so than normal. I'm back on my detoxing supplements. And things are purging out of me. How are things happening for all of you? I get a lot of vibrations anytime I pull off these cards, but more so, I needed that crack too. Sorry if you heard that and it bothers you. I got daily eyes. I have a lot of electricity going through me right now. I don't know why. And for those with the eyes that see, this is another reason why I wear black. You might be able to see the strings of energy coming from my fingers, because I damn sure do. And I'm not hallucinating. I'm not on anything. I'm smoking tobacco. You got a lot of glitchies. Well, I know earlier. Hi, Jordan. I'm not pulling anybody's strings but my own energy. I mean, yeah, we're all a part of the same construct. But welcome, Jordan. Hi, everybody. And so I had a conversation with self. I notice when I'm at the gong bath and or doing a meditation, and I'm not Daniel Scranton that like I do tap myself because I'm hitting my energy centers. Um, so like he does a lot of this. But I notice when I'm doing meditation and I'm sitting there and I'm working my energy field, um, last time I was seeing third eye, the energy balls that I create and like sending out. But like just now I got when I pull my oracle cards, I'm pulling vibration off the cards that need to be read. And I'm seeing the strings of my finger come back and in. Oh, they weren't home, Sparky. Oh, it's upstairs. I have your drawing upstairs. So with the three different cards, the Angels and Saint cards by Arnie, his stuff will be linked in my description. So if you're interested in Oracle cards, he's sending me more. I'm really excited. Um, I love using his cards in my readings. They give a lot of feel. He has light language encoded in a lot of them. So the animal spirit cards, the gem cards, I mean, everything is flowing to do some work on self because of what's going on the outside world and everything is being revealed. And that apocalyptic card stands out because for everything that we really truly want to be out there for the world to see because we inherently knew it, is that ego needing that? Does your ego need that, or is it because you intend to feel that people need it? Maybe people don't need it. We've jumped so many timelines, so many things that were projected never happened, possibly for reasons that we will never know. But it's just interesting to think in the expanded way. We have healing. Be illuminated by love and truth. Right now, healing is taking place to support your understanding of the gifts in your experiences. Weird or difficult circumstances can often be a fast track path to your desires. Until we recognize subtle imbalances, the best way to clean up outdated beliefs is to have our buttons pushed. The world is getting this right now. Buttons are created by continued attention to unbalanced thoughts, ideas, or beliefs. Every time we are reminded of or talk about a hurt, it pushes a button and reopens a wound that you are yet to heal. Wounds are created by mental, spiritual, or physical trauma. Poking at them will prolong the healing process. Leave them alone so balance can be restored and wholeness can return. Inspired action for healing may include seeing a therapist, consulting a medical professional, or spending time in the ocean. Focusing on what you love is also healing. All is perfect in every moment, even if we can't see it at the time, because everything has a reasoning for happening. This is a beautiful card, by the way. And the next card, which is another gorgeous card, Soul Tree. Trees are filled with wisdom. You're becoming more connected to nature. Trees are great holders of wisdom and knowledge. Next time you are near a tree, try asking it what it would like you to know and listen with an open heart for inspired response. The same life force that animates you also flows through the trees. We are all in this together. Now imagine that trees are physical manifestations of angels. Their divine essence flows deep into the trees as angels are far reaching in their ability to help, care, and create. Trees, like angels, see and feel without judgment, always emitting an eternal stream of love. Allow angelic tree energy to flow through you, sending roots deep into the ground, forming a solid foundation that enables you to reach higher and deeper into the light and soul of you. From this, oopsie, from this vantage point, you can sculpt your ideas and dreams to be planted upon the earth for you to enjoy through your physical senses. That doesn't mean you need to be a tree hugging hippie, because I get that a lot from people that are lower in vibration and just don't believe in the stuff that I do. Take note of that. I got so many damn decks. Yep. Yep. They're under my desk. If I had to roll my cart over here and then take everything out of the box, it would be obnoxious. But thank you everybody for being here. I really appreciate you. I see that we got a couple of new people here checking me out and us. So thank you all for checking in. Welcome. I already finished my coffee. Someone's really thinking about me. My nose is very itchy. It says rain tomorrow. No. I don't like rain because I want to go pew-pewing. I need to go pew-pewing. Expression. The frequency of expression supports our ability to bring out our true essence through many different forms of communication. Tenderness. The energy of tenderness activates our capacity to open our hearts and approach the world and each other with gentleness and care. Connection. The frequency of connection supports our ability to find alignment and resonance with others, things, and ideas. Forgiveness. The energy of forgiveness strengthens our capacity to let go of unwanted feelings and emotions. There's spirit again. So for anybody in the Northwest Indiana area, I will be at Trinity Healing Center in Highland on the 15th. I have a vending event. And then I'm hoping to get in touch with Greg and Lisa to send some whatever I don't give away or sell, some pyramids down to Florida. But I don't, so when I do vending events, I will seriously like clear my energy and then go over all the pyramids and feel them out to see which ones are resonating when I tap into, okay, I'm going to be in this space and I want people to buy or sell my goods. What do I want representing that? So I will pull a few that I know will fit on the table. I change it up every vending event, so I'm not showing the same stuff. I have a lot of pyramids behind me. Um, and then whatever I don't sell, if I don't sell any, I will send to Greg. But I just in the process with what's going on in life, I haven't had time to hone in per se. But that's definitely on the agenda because I love Greg and Lisa. And Fluid Poor Patriot, his information will be also in the link section if you're interested in epoxy stuff, but different in signage. He does different epoxy work than I do. Beautiful works. Have courage. Awaken the warrior of light within you. So a lot of us are fighting battles that are seen or unseen. Um, yes, in 3D, there is duality and separation and limitation and good forces and bad forces. I'm not negating that they're not existent. I just see beyond it. I battle all the time. A lot of unseen forces, by the way. Awaken the magic of your creativity. Immerse yourself in the world of feelings. And this to me is the where I'm headed with course work, making courses and making journals and prompts to help people navigate their feelings and doing it in a way because I never was afforded the opportunity to see a therapist or to have the affordability to go to these different modalities, retreats, and special things that a lot of people get to do, but I haven't. I've always had to go self-navigate healing. So I have a lot of experience of techniques and things I've used to help me get to this place where I am now. A light-filled angel is at your side. It watches over you at every dark doorway. And those who are channel members, you get 4D gets a sneak peek into a lot of the work that I do. They got the presentation, and I love their feedback. Okay, so quick, I forgot. Oh my gosh, on Thursday, I have a particular child that she brings it. She brings the traffic that goes on behind me. She was staring out the window for a particular amount of time. And I tuned into what she was looking at. There was an angel outside my window in my classroom. My teacher was looking at me like, what is she staring at? And I finally said, there's a light being outside, and I see the emanation of light coming off of the essence. She goes, well, are you seeing a human? I said, no, I'm seeing a light being. And then I tried to describe like what I was seeing. Um, I said it looks human in form, but it's not human. It's just how we're perceiving it. And the light is emanating like wings, but it's not wings. It's just it's aura. And this one particular child draws in a lot of spirit. She's obviously not very verbal and can't really articulate much at all. And this child, in my estimation, she speaks light language. I have put on Alexander Quinn and I go onto YouTube. I'm not a light language person. And I've put on some stuff and my teacher and my other para like, she sounds just like that. I'm like, I know, because she's not from here. She's a star seed. Feel it. And she's probably Arcturian, speaking between a dialect of Palladian and Arcturian. It's very interesting to hear it coming from a child that has no idea about what a star seed is. Like she's not even in this reality 98% of the day. She lives in her own little universe. It's the cutest thing to watch. Um, it's bananas. She's living in another density dimension, but happens to be trapped in 3D in this vehicle. It's obscene to watch, but it's amazing. It's like for me, I'm just like sucking it in because I'm like, wow, this is incredible to watch. Follow your vision. Never lose sight of what is really important. So, what is really important to you? Wolfies, your deepest desires constrain you. Let them go to clear your mind. And this is the old, I've been pulling this card a little bit more so in the recent readings the last 2 months. Not consistently, but it's showing up more. Um, Even for myself, we're always told how to manifest things into our reality, how to collapse the wave function. And like I was saying earlier with deja vu and how time is collapsing on itself, but is it really time collapsing or us vibrating higher and collapsing the timeline that no longer serves us to enter in a timeline that does? And sometimes what we desire, like I desire to be an art teacher. Well, maybe in this paradigm over here, that was a potentiality possibility of happening. But because I collapsed that timeline where that actually happened, and that's living out over here. So in some reality, I am an art teacher teaching art to children over here, but I collapsed time on that time frame. And now I'm living at another dichotomy in another paradigm with a higher vibration. So that desire needs to shift. And if I focus too much on what I just collapsed, not being in the awareness that I collapsed it, but I'm like, okay, I sat back and I asked myself, why didn't this happen? I wrote the curriculum, I thought about it, I was like empowered by it, I was excited about it. I got to my highest excitement. I kept that frequency and resonance for a long time. I was calling people, I was putting action into motion to get the physical 3D collapse of the wave function, but it didn't happen. But then you have to ask yourself, okay, if that didn't happen, not a part of this soul contract because I just shifted. Um, yeah, I'm a very big believer in the multiverse, the many worlds interpretation. I have different perceptions on definitions of those things because I'm aware of my oversoul. I'm aware of the ordered of density and dimensional space selves that exist within the fractal form of source, the infinite, the all that is. I'm in the awareness that we're all vibrating, and if time is just that illusion that we make it make sense in our brain as in humanness, we're all vibrating functions of subatomic particles that are shifting in dimensional space and density space constantly. The layers are chopped up, and I have actually seen this for myself in a very in-depth meditation. I've flown on my self, my dragon self, and I've seen the layers of not necessarily a matrix-esque, the grid. Obviously your brain is going to make it make sense to you how you perceive your reality that you're creating. That's why I'm a very big proponent on this channel that I'm not wrong or right. Neither are you. All possibilities and potentialities can play out. It depends on where you are frequency wise in your truth and your expansion to see it, to acknowledge it, and to embody it. Everybody perceives reality differently. As an artist, I can throw something in the middle of a room and then ask you to draw it, but where in the room are you to see the object in the room in the middle? If you're on the side of the room where it's overcast, you're getting natural light, you're seeing the objects differently from the person on the other side of the room where the sun is shining in. The objects in the middle of the room still stay the same. It's how you're perceiving it. And every time you're shifting your perspective around the room, what you're seeing changes, but the objects are literally the same. So if I have a skeleton in the middle of the room, someone's drawing the face, someone's drawing the back, someone's drawing the side, and all the angles in between. Metaphysics at its best. Time is conceived and perceived differently by all of us. If the Schumann resonance is spiking, and some of us were like, wow, that day dragged out. While other people will say, wow, that went by in a flash. Who's right or who's wrong? No one, because it's how you're feeling and perceiving it. And no one can take that experience away from you. That feeling, that experience, that emotional state, no one can take that away from you. That's how you're perceiving your reality. Again, there's no right or wrong. Time to me is an illusion. It's a measurement of some sort of light and dark, of I have a clock. We have all been in tuned and channeling in to the program of time since we were born. That's all we know. Hi, Donna. How are you? Welcome. And for those of you who missed, I know I've been going for a while. Earlier, let me see if I can just find it again. Come on, YouTube, really? Do, 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 do. Hang on, I have a commercial. So earlier I spoke about, I'm going to share my screen. Dr. Mayim Bialik, she was Amy. Thanks, Ash Maya, allowing me to do that. She is now a podcaster of sort of sense. She was on the Big Bang Theory. She's an actual doctor of neurosurgery, neuroscience, the brain. Um, so whether you like her or not, I'm not a big fan of hers, but the recent couple of videos I watched are of amazing thought conscious physicists, philosophers that have also run in with Federico Fagin, who wrote Irreducible. I'm still reading the book, by the way. Um, who is developing his own theory on quantum panpsychism, which, if we are looking at a Bashar point of view, we're looking at the all that is and everything that is all is encompassed. So that would be panpsychism in a sense. You can delineate that in a lot of different ways. But Dr. Donald Hoffman, he's an MIT professor. He is a genius. And there's some things I kind of disagree with him on, but like 80, there's a lot of postulates he makes that it's mind-boggling. And what really just excites me about what and who she's exciting about she's inviting onto her space is that she's having this expansion of understanding and not limiting herself based off of her religious views or her dichotomy at home. She's allowing that scientific evidence in her brain to expand, which I like. But the questions she's asking of these physicists, of these thought scientists and philosophers are really profound. And this one interview with Dr. Donald Hoffman is so worth the listen. It is over 2 hours, but it is phenomenal. Yes, Donna, I am encompassing all that is, and I'm aware of the fractals of source. So, quick backstory. Uh, right in after COVID, I lost everything. I lost my job and I made this channel. And I ended up moving from New York City to Indiana. In that transition point of my life, with the collapse of all things, the one thing I did discover about self, I had a moment where spirit, I'm a channel, by the way, I channel, but cognizantly, and I don't give the energies names because it is just energy. Consciousness, collective qualia is out here. Through other mediums and people that I was working with at the time, the house that I lived on the land, happened to be a Stargate. And it was from Ashiana Dean's work, the Voyager work, and her work in Stargates and Q sites and stuff of that, if you know her work. One of the sites was where I lived, in my house. The area that encompassed my house was a Stargate. And in that moment of awareness and knowing that that was my house, and my whole life started making sense reflecting on it. Because now I understood as a child why I saw spirits, aliens, demons, angels. I saw both sides. I never understood why, but I saw good and evil, the projections of them, what my mind and what myself created. I saw it physically with my eyes. I've experienced materialized things in my hands as a child, freaked out, but all of that was just initiation to see what I can handle and what I can't at the time. I never understood my soul contract until I really investigated, well, why was I adopted? Why was I brought to New York? Why did I encompass that house? The number 211, that's AllyKat Creations 211. I go by AllyKat 211. I never understood why that number was such a big thing for me until I learned that the plot number of my house was 211. I used to see the number 211 everywhere. And I never, it's not an angel number that is, 1111 or 333. It's not out there as an angel number. We don't equate that number to that stuff. I mean, it is, I have an angel number book. There is a meaning to it. But for me, that epiphany moment, that catalyst of the biggest change I could have ever made in my life, besides my parents transcending, giving everything up, detaching, and learning the authentic self, diving and diving and deeper and deeper and deeper and understanding what my whys. Why am I here? Why did I have that experience? Why did I see that Draco? Why do I have a picture of a Draco? Why was I living on a Stargate? What am I? I started getting my answers. I have two fractals of an archangel, two archangels separate, running through me. They channel through me. I'm an archangel sort of incarnate. I have Hillel and Gabriel. One's a shadow and one is a light. I'm dualistic vibration. I come in for the experience of pain and suffering to alchemize it. So I'm bringing in the light through in being in the dark. Some people come here to anchor the light because they are just pure light. Others are the lighthouse that are so bright that you can't really see them, but they're there shining their light. So we have many dichotomies and many parallels to what we are. I then discovered, because archangels are only like a little higher in density and scale as to the Daihan Kohans, the Rishis, the Ascended Masters. We've all encapsulated all of that. It's just what fractal of these things are we encompassing in this consciousness? What is working through us? Home is just a state of consciousness. I'm cognizantly aware that I have a light being. I've seen my light body and my light body travels. I've seen the grid above the earth. And the earth is not what you think it is. It depends how you perceive your reality. The flat earther is just as right as the globe earther because it's all how you experience this reality. It's not any right or wrong. When you have a separation and you're my way is the right way and your way is not, and even in classical mathematics and physics, we are seeing scientists going, well, Einstein had a point, but now our mathematics has advanced, our technology is advancing, and we're seeing new laws of thermodynamics happening. We're seeing different types of computations in computing. We are seeing things that they could have never even thought of because they were not in that time frame in space and time. We are both. But for most of us who are on the expanded pathway, what is being asked, I mean, and all the cards are reflecting this, you have to incorporate that aspect of you, your shadow. You have to face that trauma. If we go in the Carl Jung dynamic in shadow work, in other types of shadow work, you have your ego death. There's many facets to ego death. There's many types of ego death, just not just one. Dark night of the soul can happen in different aspects of your life, whether it be relationship, career, family, home. It's just like the zodiac. You have different houses in each of the planetary conjunctions and alignments and trines and align with different things and degrees that affect you, whether you are aware of it or not. All are tools, by the way. Permission slips, as Bashar would say. If you are is somebody who's into the religious paradigm, like Dr. Mayan Bialik is, the Curtis books, I'm so sad. Like I was about to cry because the voice of Isis is ending. There is appendix work that I'm going to read, but between the message of Aquaria and the voice of Isis and the Inner Radiance book, those three are in my top 10 books. They're just talking about now, and these people were in the spiritualist movement, the Christian mysticism of the early 19th century. Their work is so reflective and so now moment. It's bananas. It's nanas. And all of you that are partaking in listening to the Curtis books or have the books at home, you know what I mean. There's no mistake why I was chosen in some facet or form to read those books for the now time. It's not just to get out of your one book paradigm and to, I have a lot of people who are diehard fanatical about a Waspy or the Arantia book, and they will not move the needle on those. And I'm like, but you got to listen to other work. It's just perspective. And we all perceive reality differently. So it's just a perception of how the earth was made. And it's a perception from another race of beings who are telling you a story, his perception. Nothing is the end all be all because it always exists in a different paradigm. If time is absolute not existent and we're all experiencing in the now moment, then you're living out in every paradigm, past and present and future, all in one. It's hard for us to perceive because we're in the here and now in this vehicle, but you're an infinite source of energy. At any moment, those that have mastered their consciousness to an extent, not fully, could see their other selves and live consciously in that being for a little bit. And then you're jumping back into this vehicle. Federico Vigine puts this, and so does Donald Hoffman, by the way, in a very unique perspective. He does more of the VR experience goggle thing, but Federico Vigine does the drone. So your higher self you have a drone, the helicopter guy on the floor. Your higher self is the one with the controls. You're the one having the experience. You're the one feeling the breeze, you're feeling the vibration of the propeller, you're lifting up, and now you got an expanded view, and you're flying in any one direction that your higher self is sending you on. Your higher self knows better, it sees the expanded viewpoint, it knows what your soul needs. Your soul and your higher self are intertwined, entangled extremely with a lot of fractals, still extends to everything, but fractally. When a person that studies witchcraft tells you to cut the cords to a person, place, or thing, what it's really asking you to do is cut the entanglement of energy that you have connected to it. So if you look at, oh, well, that witch told me to untie the knot and cut the cord. Okay, but on a scientific scale, what they're asking you to do is cut the entanglement of your feelings and the energy that is renting space in your head to that object, place, person, or thing. Our higher self, our oversoul, is the one with the controls. You, the vehicle, is having the experience, and you're being navigated and flown through life. You feel like you're walking through it. You certainly are in reality, in the 3D, in the material, but spiritually, you're already in a lot of different facets and places. If you believe in something, you don't need to believe anything that I say. You have to heart align with it. My picture of my parents have fallen. I still have not found the big one. Anybody want to get me a Christmas gift from Spencer's? That's probably cheap. I need one of these. Bad. Hang on, I'm trying to find my light amongst all my drawing supplies. I have never seen that before. Do you see this? Do you see the double lines? I have never seen that before. What does that mean? It's not, it's like near my heart. So my thumb is like in the middle. What is that? Because I don't see it like I don't see it on my end. Like I'm seeing it through the computer. Like I could see this if I'm looking down, I'm seeing this. But when I'm seeing this, I'm not I don't see the lines. Like I'm looking down, I don't see them. But we are energy. We are conduits of energy. That is so freaking weird. Never experienced that before. So you're getting a first worldview expanded Allison experience right here, right now. It pulsed. Can I control the pulse with my mind? Sort of. Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna stop because I can do that all night. I would love a big one if anybody can find one. I got this small one. I want a big one. I wear a Merkaba all the time on my heart right here. Well, up throat. Between throat and heart chakra. But I also got a big one. I got a big Merkaba right here. The golden age is here for some, not for all, unfortunately. It's perception. It's wavelength of energy. Where is your frequency oscillating at? Not everybody's frequency is oscillating that way. It's a belief. It's a knowing. It's going within and expanding. Not everybody's perceiving the new dawn, the new life, the golden age. Well, we get downloads and uploads. So downloads is coming from the universe and the uploads is coming from Earth. So, but where are we downloading it from? Many will say the Schumann resonance, the solar flares, the light, the photons that are emitting from the solar simulator. But what happens if we are this is just a postulate and it's a really good one in my estimation. If the collective consciousness, the Akashic records is in the collective consciousness, and all of us have done this cycle and lives and epochs and deluges and all the whole nine yards. And we were here way before the universe even was created. Now ask yourself in this now moment in this body, are you the downloads that you think you're getting? Is it only just the collective consciousness of information that you have already had lived? And now that you are here to remember it, because all information's already known by source. So you're only tapping into what is ready for your soul to integrate. So is that really what the download is your remembering of something, tapping into the abilities you once had, or in not, I'm talking in linear space time, but is this in this conscious vehicle with limitation and separation now tapping into the potential that was already in you, or another self that now you are now encapsulating? And is Mother Gaia sending you the frequencies through the earth as we ground with her, as we go into nature, as the cards are suggesting us to do? Is that why it's so important? Because we're getting downloads, but also uploads from her consciousness. I get a lot of people who are not in the awareness for they know not category. If we were looking at Yeshua's terminology, the Christos, we're looking at the scientific world right now in the now moment. The scientific world is really waking up to spirituality as spirituality is grasping to the quantum phraseology and the linguistics of what we have been feeling and experiencing, but yet have no tangible evidence. So if I see a shadow figure behind me, I would need a mathematician, a physicist, and somebody that theorizes to explain the black figure behind me. Right. If it was to be seen with the naked eye, but only I or a few can see it, then we're seeing a different realm of experience, but not everybody sees it. So how do you tangibly like prove it? And we're still in 3D. In 3D, we need proof for some people. It's an interesting dynamic for sure. And that's stuff like I like to question people with. And it's not to have an answer for yourself have an answer now. It's just for you to expand on. I like expansion because there's no right or wrong. You're going to perceive your reality regardless if I tell you yes or no, unless you're somebody who follows the dictates of others and doesn't do your own inner work. And I'm noticing that to be a lot of people right now, sadly. But give me 2 seconds, guys. I have to go to the potty. All that coffee. Hee hee. I strapped down, baby. I love my constitutional carry rights. That's perception. See how I see right now, we're still in limitation and separation because we're still in a third dimensional body. For me, my perception of fifth density dimension is a light body. I don't think I'm going to transcend my vehicle to reach my light body. Now, some people have argued we're not there yet to know. We still can't bypass four. We're in four now. In terms of consciousness, until the collective shifts into a unity, unconditional love, and compassion, we're not anywhere near that. We're in the stage of what we prefer over what we don't prefer. We are trying to get rid of the hate, shame, and blame. No, we have not been separated, but in terms of 3D thinking, 3D, we have 3D thinking, 4D thinking, 5D, 6, 7, 8 that we are aware of. And that's only through channels that can channel in Ra, Quo, Bashar. I'm not a Bashar fan either. I mentioned him a bunch tonight. Probably aliens tapping into me. Um, I do believe in the holographic universe, but I also believe an aspect of it is a simulated matrix, because we have programming. We do have a narrative being steered. So there is programming, and it depends what you're tuning into. I believe in the holographic simulated matrix bound by ontological mathematics. We're now moving out of that dynamic and moving more into a holographic quantum system. Still in a matrix, but the matrix is falling apart. But many of us are here to rewrite the storyline. We're here to inverse what was inversed in the first place. So we're reversing everything. We're shifting polarities. So that split that people are talking about, the negative polarity to the positive polarity, well, we are all encompassing. So it's up to you in a divine neutral state to choose, I'm team this or team that, but you're team both. I'm both. I'm light and dark. Right, but you still have no creator, there is no beginning or end. We've been here, I've been here 28,628 lives in form, whatever form that takes, whether it be alien, moon, rocks, grass, tree, flower, insect, animal. I've been here for that a span of time consciously. Um, in some sort of awareness. Most of us have been in different scales of that, what we give a number to. It all is an encompassing perception, um, and beliefs. I'm not close to anything because we're all still expanding, and our relationship to our limited language, because we feel more than we are able to express in words. Because some words in other languages it doesn't even exist in. Like English has all these verbiages and these dialects within English, but so does a lot of other languages. But like speaking to a lot of I was raised around a lot of Spanish speaking people, and they're like, well, I don't even have a word for that in my language. There's no terms for that in that language. So your soul chose, you already know where you're going if you tap into that reality. Um, I mean, yes and no. I mean, So from what I've gotten from Dolores Cannon, Suzanne Lai, Barbara Marciniak's work, uh, and a few others that come to mind, dimensional spaces and density spaces is just different experientials in the multiverse. They're states of consciousness. It's not a destination point. Like we're bringing heaven to earth. We're the bridges that bring the higher thinking, the higher concepts down here. And eventually, as we all co-create this reality together, we all wrote the story. What is ever playing out in your dichotomy, your paradigm, your world is co-created with everybody around you. And then as a whole of humanity, we wrote this. Well, we're all the same soul age. We all emerged out of source. So we're all the same age, soul wise. It depends how many times your soul has densified to give it an age or to claim it as ancient. Um, and that's just again, I'm not arguing a point with you, Donna. I'm just bantering back and forth. I hope you don't take anything I'm saying as a defense or offense. It's not that at all. Because to me, again, there's no right or wrong, and all can experience their reality as they experience it. I'm not here to sway anybody. I'm here just to talk logic, reasoning, and spirituality. Potentially. It depends how you perceive Earth. Is it a realm? Is it a planet? Is it a state of being? Is it, what is it? What is Earth? No, some people take my banter as like negative, and I hope you're not taking it as that. I love people like you that spit it out. It's great. Because it's not just about my perspective and perception, it's about everybody else's as well. And you'll see in the chat, and those who are just watching, read the chats because there's a lot of information, not just myself. You might not actually go, oh, I don't know what this see you next Tuesday is talking about, but that woman in the chat or that man in the chat, oh, I align with their words. Yes, it's a beautiful frequency. You know, it's very interesting um why we all came to serve, why we all volunteered, why some of us when I'm working with the younger children, the preschool kids, some of their souls are not even from this galaxy. They're not from here, and they're not from our sister galaxy or anything local in this universe. They're from way out. Um, souls line up to have an experience here. Earth is one of the hardest schools. We can call it Gaia, we could call it Earth, we could call it whatever. Um, there for humans, we make these things make sense, but for higher density beings, it's just frequencies. We give names to things and labels to make it make sense in the brain. But if the Tower of Babel and the his story that has been inverse, I'm reading Blavatsky on my channel, who will give you more of the Vedic point of view, but also the world's expanded view of the Gnostics, of theosophy. It's not something to live by or to believe. It's just it expands your mind to think, oh, is there really good or evil? Or this all had to happen to show contrast. And then you get the free will choice to choose, well, am I going to go with them or I'm going to go over there? And we're being tested right now and initiated right now in the same dynamic. We got a lot of things going on in the outside world that we wrote to test us and initiate us. Are we going to be the rabbit chasing the dangling carrot on the stick? Or are we the one holding the stick and determining if we're going to chase it or not, or even capture anything with it? What we feed our reality is what transpires in it. And I know for my own self, with my soul contract and the limitations I set on it, I chose a hard life for a reason. My last time being human, by the way. It's also good to know, if you look at your own life and reflect, well, why did I choose this? Why, for a lot of people here have a lot of the same karmic cycling loops, believe it or not. It's weird. A lot of women are getting divorced or in the middle of a divorce, or there's a lot of empathic, narcissistic dynamics happening that I'm looking at and watching unfold. And I'm always asking those people going through it, ask your soul, why did you choose that dynamic? What is it in that lesson that you really needed to overcome within yourself? I am source. I'm an emanation of source. I have been the star seed, the angel, the ascended master. I've been a planet. I've been space dust. I've been all of it. I am all of it. There's nothing away from it. And is the Tower of Babel an error? Most of us were there at that time frame. We just haven't recalled it yet in its fullest capacities. Um, and for what Donna just said, we were cats and dogs, and yes, we are, but we are them as well in other density form. Our cats and dogs we that are inhabiting our space time with us are becoming the next humans. Evolution is upscaling. So the rock will maybe become the blade of grass. That blade of grass will become a flower. That flower becomes a tree. The consciousness thereof, the experience that is needed. The ant becomes the fly. The fly becomes a grasshopper. It's a chain that moves up and up and up and up. The animals now that are aware of self-identifying animals, animals that can look in the mirror and not be scared and identifies with name and self, those animals are becoming human in the next round. I'm sure of that for myself. We have empowerment. Embrace your personal power. This was a big theme in my presentation, is to be empowered. That logo exercise, the biggest takeaway I've given these people that took my course was self-empowerment. If you couldn't think about what represents you in your authenticity and how to make a symbol out of it, you need to empower yourself more and be sure of yourself. And if you're not sure of yourself, do the healing to get there. And this is a forever process. This is not something that ends just because you transcend and you have a bigger perspective. Empowerment is in all levels. Show strength. Each day, ground your energy. I know today I was out in the middle of the field playing with the kids. It was phenomenal. Answers will come. Remove the energy blocks in you. Our self-limiting beliefs, the little ego guy going, fuck, this isn't going to happen. Dormant creativity. Release the stagnant parts of you. This is why I do paint and sips. Is this like my actual best work? No. But anybody could do this, even little kids. And it doesn't need to even look like mine. I still really love my little shamrock gnome. He's on my desk. I still got Ash Maya's pillow because I don't want fleas to jump on it. See, this is Ash Maya's work. Using your left hand to create artwork. Again, it's about the process that you're having and enjoying. It's not about the final product. You know, for me as an artist with the degree in it, I never commercialize my stuff, meaning I don't make my stuff for the viewer. I make it for myself. And if someone happens to enjoy it, I will sell it. There's a big difference. There are people that make artwork and reproduce for the viewer, and the energy is different when you're looking at paintings that you know someone invested their own time and energy not to sell, to make it and create it for self is huge. All the pyramids behind me, those are not commissions. Those are what I made because I wanted to make them. I just played with my energy fields, making them. Everything that I do is for self. But within that term, that sounds selfish, but what it really is those who are on my vibration and my wavelength will appreciate it and then will want it. I'm not selling it because it's a fad, like in the drip paintings or the geode paintings that everybody does. If I make one, it's going to be cool because I make it, but not because everybody else is doing it and I want to sell it like everybody else because it's a fad. I don't think that's authentic. Yes. Um, my best healing is done when I touch objects. And that includes people. I know I'm not a Reiki master or any of that stuff, but when I'm working with those kiddos, the one that was screaming off his face today, every time I sat him on my lap and I held him, he calmed down and he stopped screaming. Of course, we are trying to promote independence and we cannot be having kids on, hugging and sitting on us all day. But every time I'm over with a kid that's in distress and I hold them, they calm down. Not because I'm forcing it, because their energy field and mine match, and I'm a ground for those kids. Their energies are way higher than mine. It's insane. It's insane. It's another reason why I come home and I'm really tired. Hang on, Marine. Damn, Marine. If you're watching, that is right, Miss Donna. As time is slipping by me, I don't know what happened before I pull these. In my everyday life, I've never expected Miss Freya to get as many views as she's gotten the other day. Um, Insanity. One of her videos is up to 6.8K views. No idea. Zero freaking conception of life how that even happened because it was just her in the cat room. Little Thor's coming out tomorrow. I have a video of him earlier. Holy crap. A cat video. Never in my life. I'm not asking it to go viral, but if that's how people find me, great. Tr Freya needs some treats. Actually, not. She needs to lose some weight and get those buggies off of her. But she's doing a lot better, Miss Sassy Tail. I'm shocked she's not. She was down here the other day. She was just hanging out on the meditation pillow, doing her thing. All right. We have Hagalaz, Hailstone Disruption, and we're seeing this with the Apocalyptic card. Hagalaz means hail or stone and is closely associated with the unpredictability in nature, which can cause widespread disruption. Nature is a force we cannot tame, despite our best efforts. This rune suggests that crisis is taking over in some area of your life, or at least threatening to take over, and there is little you can do about it but wait and see where the dust settles. Yes. Wherever disruptions are you are dealing with in your life is beyond your control. Yes. But what you can control is your reaction to it. Absolutely. If you can be patient, stay detached, and remain calm, you will weather the storm and may just find that the unwanted shakeup has given you an unexpected and liberating new perspective, insight, or direction. It may also remind you that sometimes things happen in our lives that we cannot explain, but these things are amazing opportunities for personal awakening and growth. I'm not a fan of this rune, but it is a very powerful one. And as time does escape me, it's late by me. I'm getting old. I'm like Charlene. I try to go to sleep early and it doesn't ever happen. And then I wake up at 5 a.m. going, and I hope that YouTube doesn't ever freeze that face I just made. Oh, how funny would that be? But to whoever is viewing all her videos, thank you. Um, I like those little like shocks. That's a shock. The secret doctrine was very interesting yesterday, but the meat and the potatoes of what I thought I was going to read didn't come out. But it was so good. Without me like fucking up French. Woo, that was bad. Ashmaya, I don't know how you do it. I am going to be 43 in April. I'm the wisdom strains of wisdom strains. That's all natural. Theta of Venus. I actually could show this one this time. Attune yourself to higher consciousness by choosing to access the purest frequencies of love within. Acknowledge lower frequencies such as judgment, fear, doubt, or shame when they arise within or around you, but do not give them a foothold in your heart. You are ready for higher understanding to see things in a new and more positive light. Allow your inner knowing to guide you on a unique, beautiful, and highly spiritual life path. Thank you. Well, I'm a child at heart. I work with children. I play with chicken and Batty. Um, and Pinky the flamingo. Thanks to Charlene. I play. That's a mess over there. Venus is our morning and evening star, the stellar goddess and guardian of transitional awareness and higher consciousness of the heart. She is the way shower of light and fifth dimensional reality, also known as unity consciousness. Her spiritual guardianship of humanity will be complete when our mass, keyword, because most of us are, Donna, you're not wrong, but most of us are in fifth density thinking, but physically we're here. Um, so it is Venus is fifth density, by the way. Like Suzanne Lai talks about that. Her spiritual guardianship of humanity will be complete when our mass consciousness is based on love, light, and divine feminine wisdom. When you connect with Venusian energy, it is an opportunity for increased love, magnetism, and spiritual charisma, a chance to shine your light and manifest your soul purpose with increased grace, synchronicity, and sacred artistry. Her appearance in a reading signifies a time of creative and spiritual awakening. It is a reminder of the power of the heart and our ability to rise again after a time of karmic heaviness. The souls of Venus, her sons and daughters upon the earth, are not spiritually bound by the mass consciousness of the human collective. They naturally vibrate at a more loving frequency. They can be genuinely astonished by the cruelty, meanness, and displays of dominance that typify the dark side of a human nature. Yet they have chosen to temporarily incarnate and bind their souls temporarily to the laws of nature. As they grow alongside their beloved earthly brothers and sisters, they share the higher resonance of their heart light, opening up the way for human evolution. Venus souls have a particular talent for creating beauty, working with light and spiritual energy, and calling to them wherever they want and need. You have your own healing journey, and part of that journey is your spiritual training in the ways of the earth at this time. This will teach you what is needed to heal yourself and others. You don't need to be afraid of the ways of the world. You are part of a spiritual team that is here to help transform mass consciousness. During this state of consciousness, yet your body is deeply relaxed. You see everyday realities through the inner spiritual eye and come to understand yourself and your life with spiritual insight. Put simply, you may see things differently when you are in the theta state, and your life may make much more sense to you. In a reading, the appearance of this oracle is a special reassurance from spirit that everything is unfolding within the protective grace of divine love, even if sometimes it appears not to be so. It also indicates that you have the power to heal yourself and change your life for the better. Wow. I'm hot. So spirit's here, sweaty, and it's not hormones. Well, that was a crazy show, guys. That was teeth. That's what's been going on. Teeth. So yeah, I don't know what's going on this weekend because of the weather incoming to Indiana. I will probably have some snow. I don't know what in what amount, if I'm going to have power or not. There's a lot of variables that are still undetermined in this reality of living here. So I will absolutely get a channel member reading, or I do oracle cards. I do a hell of a lot more. I have a lot that I would like to do for the collective of the members. So if you're interested in memberships, I have a 3D and a 4D tier. Check them out. You guys get an hour plus reading 4 times a month. That's every weekend I do one. I just don't know what day, because I try to have at least 1 or 2 days to kind of decompress my energy and ground and be with my boyfriend. Um, I also have 2 days off this week because of Veterans Day, which Marine is one. So I'll be celebrating him and honoring him this week. Um, but I also, there's parent teacher conferences for my school district, and I don't go to work that day. So I do have some time. Um, if you're interested in artwork, go check out my website. If you want to purchase anything or commission me to do something, email me. Best way to get in contact with me. I do stuff off of Messenger, but my phone is messed up. So a lot of things I am receiving are not. Don't think I'm ignoring you or I don't see your shit. Not to say it's shit, but time is wonky with my phone. I know Marine and me sometimes have to switch modalities for him to see my messages. So I will be live on Tuesday. I don't know what time. If I have no power, I will announce it. I'm hoping not, but I don't know what kind of storm we're getting. Um, Make sure you go check out the link section for Arnie's cards and his website. He has beautiful artwork as well, and he's creating some good music. Um, Jesse Snyder, dad is Dee Snyder from Twisted Sister. He just did his Kickstarter, but his work is worth checking out. Fluid Poor Patriot, Greg. Go check out his website. All that information is going to be in the links section after this video live is done. I will plug everything in. Sorry, give it a few seconds and it should be there. But if not, wait until tomorrow because YouTube is weird. But I want to thank each and every one of you, sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within, be the shoulders, be the lighthouse, sprinkle and seed your truths respectfully, light that path forward. And if you find a plasma ball and it's big, let me know where or how, or if you want to get me one for funsies, I would love that. But until the next time, guys, go within, go here. And I hope to see you on the next one. Please be safe, be seen wherever.